Oh, right. So the very last thing that happened. Who wasn't here last week? Was it Manny?
No, I was here.
Manny was the one who was not here.
Right.
Yeah.
That's fine. We'll recap on when he gets here. But the very last thing that happened was Oolon saw the Umber Hulk, which was fishing in the river.
Yep.
You had previously seen it's like a little pool over here where it brings the fish for later. Uh, and when you held up your fire to see it better, it turned around. Um, and Oolon backed up very slowly as it climbed up the rocks. And when Naidaadi came up to see what was up, Oolon tried to pie him in the face with a fireball. Didn't work. You grabbed his arm and you wrestled with his arm for a second. Oolon looked at you in the eyes and his arm slackens a little bit. Uh, and that's where we're gonna get the issues of music.
And we are on the main screen. Sure, we all remember it from last week as well. Yeah, there we go.
Forgot how to clear the queue.
I think it's just, I don't remember.
Is
Uh,
this working?
remove all. Just remove all.
All right, this one is working. It's just quieter. That's I think it's working. Can you guys hear that?
No,
Yeah,
but
but I did turn its
Yes.
volume down. I can turn it back up.
yeah, if I go to 200, I hear the hiss of it.
Weird.
Yeah, it's coming in.
See if that one's any louder. Doesn't matter. I'm going to change it again in a second.
Okay.
I think everyone needs to roll initiative. So what was it? It was exclamation, exclamation, remove all.
Remove space all. Yes.
Well, there must be music playing to use that. Oh my god. What are you doing in here? Do you see the initiative order?
No, I just see.
Okay, well the Golpheus tree is in the initiative order.
Oh, don't show that for me. That's funny.
I feel like I must have removed it. It can't still be in there.
It
Hey.
wants to be in every combat.
stopped it. I'll start it again when I'm. When Hey Manny.
Hey, what's up?
Can you roll initiative for Jeb?
Yeah.
You just wake up.
Yeah.
It
Wait, so
sound-
wait a
It
minute.
sound like you
I'm
just woke up.
confused. Did we not? How long ago did this start?
Just basically just now, like 6.
Oh, okay, cool. That's what I thought. I wanted to make sure that I wasn't
No, we
like an
started
hour
at
late.
initiative. Do you guys want to
I see.
explain what happened while I set this up?
We had a, I guess, kind of largely uneventful session making our way through caves. And we have just encountered a, what's it called?
Umber Hulk.
Umber Hulk.
Oh, yeah. So remember, Manny, how when your group came up through the Underdark, through the shallows, um, there was a river system and like a tunnel system, a burrow system. They were both cut in half by the by a worm tunnel, by like a giant worm tunnel. Well, the river now has been like in recent, like this year, it has been redirected through the tunnels. So they're one and the same now. Watermelon.
Yeah, I was just reacting to what you said.
Uh, so you went through the tunnels, and it seems like you found the beast. So what was the last
Nice.
thing that happened? Did you already say that? I was not listening because I was.
So the last thing that happened is we encountered it, and I was hoping to not fight it, so I was just backing away, and then it like hypnotized me into attacking, which luckily failed.
Oh no.
So the first action initiative was Oolon attacking Naidaadi.
Correct.
Which am I like free of that control now?
Yes.
Okay, and I'm gonna say, don't look at its eyes.
All right, I close my eyes.
Well,
And then you start swinging, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, you just end up attacking the group anyway because
Ooh. Ooh.
Ooh.
damn.
Uh, 1 second. Naidaadi's up next, so consider what you want to do.
All right.
Show this command again. Remove all. Nothing with you, nice. Okay.
I have 1 level of exhaustion. Is that
I
correct?
feel like
Did that get cured? Because you
yeah,
did long
I think it
rest.
did get cured. I think that probably
That's cured. I think we just. Oh my god, it's voting to skip.
Yeah, force skip.
What?
One word.
Oh, force skip. Okay, I'll do it. Oops. I'll do it. Force skip. This is a new bot. Did it work? All right, why don't you try to figure that out? In the meantime, the Umber Hulk it's slowly lumbering up the edge here, and it comes to the top and sees all the other people here behind Oolon, and it kind of stands there. It's very tall and it's shaped like it's built like a gorilla, but it has a hard, slightly hairy brown shell all over its body and two big tusks like mandibles. Um, it has these two bulbous eyes that, on either side of its head. They're like almond shaped. They have many facets to them, like an insect eye, but they gleam from inside in a way that's almost more like gems than bug eyes. And even weirder, in between those eyes, it has many smaller black eyes that look more like they're used for seeing. And as you glance at these glowing organs on the side of its head, you feel like you're falling into them.
Looks
It's
like
going
it used to be
to-
Jeff Goldblum.
Yeah. It's gonna. You need to roll an athletics or acrobatics, Oolon. You have to beat a 10. Ooh. It's gonna try again.
Nice.
Ooh.
That's 22.
So I roll again.
Yeah.
Damn.
Ooh. All right. And it's going to make one more attack. It's an 18 to hit.
Me? Yeah, that is.
Yeah. All right. And you take 10 piercing damage as it takes you up in its arms and clamps down on your head with its mandibles. And it's going to dive backwards into the water with you. It just grabs Oolon and jumps backwards into the water, leaps like a grasshopper. Naidaadi, you could take a attack of opportunity if you want.
Ooh, let me try that. One moment.
I think you should want. That's
I
my
do.
Oh, your
professional opinion.
companion isn't here. There you go.
Yeah, I'm gonna, before it jumps, or as it jumps, I'm going to cast ensnaring vines at it. Try to keep it in place.
Oh.
Do you have the Warcaster feat?
No.
Then you can't cast spells as an attack of opportunity.
Oh,
Mm.
Has to be a weapon attack.
then it will be a short sword. Short sword.
Or at least it has to be an attack action.
Yeah.
Short sword. 22 hits.
It's my dull one, but whatever.
5 piercing.
Okay.
So yeah, that would have hit anyway, but if that's the one you've been using to carve,
It is.
that one has a -1 to attacks and damage.
Okay, then it
So that's
takes
going to be
4.
4 piercing.
Yep.
Yeah. You just catch its leg and shave a few hairs off.
Oh, there's a cave leech
It
here?
jumps backwards. It's your cave leech.
Oh, right.
It's in a wheelbarrow. Because it's very slow on land, but you do know that it's a pretty good swimmer. But it's your turn, Naidaadi. You can do something now if you want.
Okay.
You can't see it anymore from where you're standing because the cliff edge here blocks it.
Longbow. I'm gonna attack it from up on the. Well,
You're gonna have to move.
all right. Yeah.
You can't see it from there, but you can come to the edge.
This is an edge here, because
Yeah. Can you see like where the shadow is? That's like a 10-foot drop.
Yep.
All right.
Okay.
22 hits,
9.
9 piercing damage. You get a good shot on its broad, kind of flat back. It's almost like a turtle shell, and you see its weird little hairy head sticking out in the front. You can't get a good look at Oolon, but you can clearly see him squirming around at the front. Do you have 2 attacks with that? No, you're level 4, right?
I also want to
Great.
cast Favored Foe against it.
Yes. All right. It is marked. All right. Next up, Ropert. What do you want to do? You've got your wheelbarrow full of cave leech.
Can I? How? Let me see. How close? I want to throw my cave leech into the water.
Okay. You could. I mean, it's in a wheelbarrow right now. We push
I
it
guess I could just push the wheelbarrow down towards the water.
like in a movie when like my baby.
Yeah, and Battleship Potemkin. Okay, so yeah, I'm gonna push it down towards the water. Do I need to like roll for that or anything?
No.
Okay.
I think.
I'm
Why don't you roll a
does it
d20
have
for
an
this?
ear that I know of that I can discern?
It doesn't have an ear,
Okay.
but it can understand what you're saying, especially if you like.
I'm gonna just lean down towards it and be like, attack, and then
Okay.
push it.
All right. It like squelches at you,
Yeah.
and then it rolls out. Roll a d20 for the stability of the wheelbarrow.
10.
See if the wheelbarrow survives this. 10. Okay. You see like splinters. You see like there's like a kind of a crunch of like the axle or whatever might not last much longer, but it doesn't like shatter. The wheelbarrow lands in the water, and the cave leech slumps out of it into the water. I think the cave leech can get into melee with the Hulk.
Now,
Right. I don't know either.
if I want to use my sling,
Mm-hmm.
have I already used my action or no?
No, I don't think so.
Okay, so let me see how much I can move closer to it.
I'm just letting you get it in there because you were in like a good spot. You had the high ground. Your leech was in a wheelbarrow. You just give it a little push.
All right, I can get all the way up to the. Okay, I'm gonna move up here, and I'm gonna try to use my sling at it.
All right.
You can see it, I assume.
Yeah.
Above the
Make
water.
an attack roll with your sling.
Oh, natural 1.
Natural 1. That's a miss. Right into the water.
I thought it might hit. That natural 1.
You instinctively run to the edge to try to get into melee with it, but you can't on land. You know that like if you and your leech are in melee with it together, it's gonna have a hard time attacking Oolon. And so you're like looking for a way to try and get close to it.
Yeah.
Next up, Malthar.
All right.
That was Ropert's first combat round, I think.
Was.
At least this incarnation of Ropert, because he used to be a clone of Jeb too.
Malthar is gonna move over next to Naidaadi here, and use one of his very few arrows to try and shoot the Umber Hulk rolling
All
around
right.
in the water.
That's it.
Alright.
The nice thing about it, though, is that arrows float, so you'll have an easy time collecting the misses
Good.
after this
Yeah,
fight.
just have to remember to collect it. Okay.
Yeah, keep track of which ones miss.
Okay. Would sneak damage
Honestly,
21.
yeah, you get sneak attack. Do you think it's a good rule to just like if you miss, don't subtract it from your arrows to assume that you're gonna pick them up afterwards?
I mean, I've been going by like if I don't say I'm collecting my arrows, I don't collect my arrows. So
Okay. If you're fine with that, then I'm fine with that.
Yeah.
That was just an idea I thought of now.
and that's it for Malthar.
All right. Oolon.
Yeah. So
Your fire
I wanna-
in your hand has gone out.
right. So if I want to break free, it's athletics.
It would be an action, and you'd have to make an athletics or acrobatics, I think.
Okay.
It's got a tight grip on you. It's holding you with its big gorilla arms that have little claws at the end of them, and then it's around your head. It has those mandibles, which hurts a lot.
Okay. Yeah. I guess I will do that.
All right.
Oh, natural 20.
Natural 20. Yeah,
Nice.
you just kick off of its chest and like pry with your arms its mandibles apart. Yeah, it seems like it doesn't have like the grip strength of a crocodile. You're able to pull these mandibles apart. Yeah, you are free. That was your action. Anything else?
Yes. Let me look at Yeah, okay. I'm going to, as a bonus action, use Hidden Step, which turns me invisible, and then I'm going to move away from it.
Okay. Is the cave leech? I'm trying to remember if the cave leech has its own turn or if it acts on your turn. Ropert. If it's on your turn, I'll make it go now. I should have read up on these mechanics again right before we play. Do you have the document, Manny? I shared it with you, I think. I'll send you a link again. And you can help me go over it.
Yeah.
Send it on Facebook. I have that open.
Oh, it's Ethan Blob's birthday.
All right.
It's also Mr. Park's birthday.
I forgot about that. I think it's Bjork's birthday tomorrow.
Ah.
How? Come on. Ferocity. Ferocity. How's this work? Can you read the ferocity section, Manny? It's on page 6, I think. Yeah, it's on page 6, and remind me how ferocity works. Right now, I'm just trying to find whose turn the leech goes on. I'm gonna say it goes on your turn, just for now.
Yeah.
And let's have the cave leech go right now. What does the cave leech do?
Bite. Or try to ensnare it, I guess, if that's
All right.
possible.
I think it could make a grapple check. Or you can save up as it builds ferocity. You can spend ferocity to try and do something like that. Its basic attack is a bite.
Yeah, let's just do bite, yeah.
Yeah, let's start simple. I think any creature can like attempt to grapple on their turn, so it could do that.
So do I have to roll or something?
Do you have the Cave Leech Companion open?
I do.
Oh, just click on the bite.
8.
8, that's a miss.
You really let me down, Cave Leech.
Oh, actually, do you want it to be positioned here, or do you want it to be positioned here? Because while it's underwater, it has a reach of 10 feet for its normal attack.
Oh yeah, that's fine.
Right. I'm gonna be right back. Whose turn is it? It's Naidaadi's turn again.
Is it?
What would you like to do?
It seems very quick.
Yes.
Um,
Did I forget someone?
no, I think the first round was out of order. I might have gotten an extra turn or something, but I'll take this one.
It felt like it because you had a
you
reaction.
Well, you queued me up right after the cave leech as well. Let's see. I'm gonna check my spear at it.
Oh, wait a minute. Yeah, you do have 2 initiative. All right,
Do I?
sit on that. That's what you're gonna do. Or if you don't.
Sorry, wait, question.
You were in initiative twice. I don't know.
Oh,
It says that that the Cave Leech builds up ferocity of 1d4 plus the number of hostile creatures within 5 feet of the companion every turn.
Okay.
So I just rolled a
I'm
d4.
gonna allow this for 10 feet, but yeah, roll the d4.
Yeah, I did. It's 4. Okay, so then that's 5. If we're allowing
That's
that.
5. All right. Every turn, we'll say on your turn. Yes.
Yeah.
At the start of your turn.
I'm gonna go get coffee. I'll be right back.
Okay. So the Umber Hulk's turn. Oolon, you got away. Did you disengage or something, or did you just leave its range?
I turned invisible before I left.
Ooh, okay. It's still gonna make an attack at disadvantage because you were. You know what? Doesn't have disadvantage. That's 24.
Yeah.
And you are grappled again.
Oh
It's
my
mandibles.
Okay.
You take 14 piercing damage.
whoa.
Yeah, I'm on top.
Yeah. You tried to get away, you turned invisible, and then immediately became visible again, which is good because you'd hate to be unconscious and invisible. But no, it immediately grapples you again, unfazed by your invisible. And on its turn, it's gonna swim down. It's gonna take the disengage action from the cave leech and swim to the bottom of the pool. Which is 20 feet down. So let me put a marker. It's the foot with a 2 on it. That's for 20 feet.
Okay.
And it's going to
Okay.
move away from the edge as well. And disengage. Move from the edge. And so now it has, at the bottom of that pool, ranged attacks are going to be extremely difficult, if not impossible. Naidaadi.
Can I tell if it can breathe underwater?
I'm seeing it, Ropert.
Hmm?
I'm seeing it, Ropert, in the turn order.
Weird. I'm seeing Naidaadi.
I'm not in
I'm
it at
also
all.
seeing that it's me in the turn order.
I'm going to refresh, and if that doesn't help, then you guys can refresh.
All right.
I refreshed, and it's Naidaadi.
Alright, I'm gonna
Oh well,
refresh.
before you, if you refresh, that's fine.
Not too late.
I'm also just gonna go around the turn order once, see if that.
No,
You're both
it's still
16?
showing as Jeb. Yeah, I'm
Weird.
16.
Yeah, you're both 16, but that's okay. I'll just say what turn.
Yeah, that
Of
works.
course,
That's
I
fine.
might lose track, and then you can't correct me, but I'll try to keep track for one.
What I'll do is
Yeah, you see it vanish below the surface. The water's crystal clear, so like you can kind of still see. It's pitch black though. It's so dark, you can't see it down there.
can this bug breathe underwater? Do I know, or not?
Make a very difficult nature check.
Okay.
You have no idea.
Okay.
You've never seen this thing before. You haven't even heard of it. And you know, you have no idea.
It still has a hold of Oolon though.
Yeah, I did when it went underwater.
Okay.
I think you don't have dark vision, so yeah, you only have the light source that you're holding, which is a torch. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay.
I also have eye
Seeing by
drops.
torchlight.
I'm gonna
Oh,
eye drop
Yeah.
myself real fast. Wait for him to click in and then dive after Oolon.
all right.
Just diving in. You
Make
climb down, run this way.
acrobatics check. Make an acrobatics check to do that quickly and gracefully, because it's quite slippery. Oh, I left roll 20 accident. What is it?
Just 17.
17. You can dive from the top of the cliff there and save yourself some movement.
Oh, sweet.
You just dive from the top into the water, and so you can reach the water with your full movement.
Mhm.
Between like you might have used some movement to get down there, but then you dive into the water with a little extra movement. So
Yeah.
I'll say you have your full movement. It's half movement through water though.
Mhm.
So you have a movement of 30 feet.
I believe it is 30 feet, yes.
So that's 15 feet you could go down, which won't allow you to reach Oolon this
Right.
turn.
I'm going to try it. I'm down 15. I'm going
All right.
to just start.
All right. And yeah, right. And you use your action for the eye drops, but you can see him, and you can see the Umber Hulk with a hold of him,
Okay.
and it looks up as you're approaching. You see its eyes gleaming in the dark.
I close mine and just keep crawl
All right.
stroking
Keep
toward
moving
where
forward.
I thought it was.
Ropert and Cave Lich. You do have dark vision, so you can faintly see what's happening below the water, obscured by like ripples. Um,
Well, Ropert can't really do anything
mm,
up here, but the cave leech can attack.
yeah.
And,
So
and
let's see. What's
actually, I
your?
think the cave leech would like to try to spend ferocity to do a grapple, if possible.
Okay. Let me look at this sheet. So you have 5 for oh, roll a d4 for no, you don't have ferocity because there's nothing near you. So you have 5 ferocity. You could spend 2 to do a stretch attack and try and pull the target closer, or you could spend the whole 5 ferocity and leap, which I think. Oh. So muscular hydrostat. Does that change the leap? No, it doesn't. Ah, I see. Okay, sorry. I haven't looked in the sheet in like a week or two. Um, so you have 3 options: stretch attack, pounce, which I think would work underwater, basically how it says, um, or the you see the bonus action, ink. It's a bonus action, so you can do that as well. It works
Um,
differently on land and underwater. Underwater, if the leech is swimming, the ink instead creates a 15-foot cube that heavily obscures the area. The leech can simultaneously move 20 feet without provoking attacks of opportunity. So that's up to you. It can create an ink
well,
cloud and propel itself out of the cloud.
I do want to do pounce.
All right.
So I'm gonna roll that. No, I don't roll it. They have to save, right? Okay.
Yes. So
Maybe
the
do
leech, with pounce
dexterity.
and the leech's movement, it can easily get to the Umber Hulk. The Hulk has to make a dexterity saving throw, which I'm going to give it disadvantage on underwater.
It's DC 10 plus PB. What's PB?
Your proficiency bonus,
Oh, which is
which is
what?
2,
Okay, so it's a 12 DC.
12 DC. That's an 18 with disadvantage.
Okay, so
So what happens on a success? Okay. So even if it succeeds, it has to move. The nice thing about pounce is that it forces, even if they succeed, they get the chance to move out of the way. If they fail to move out of the
Right.
way, they're treated as failing the save. So the leech
So it must move.
rockets towards the Umber Hulk and unfurls like a parachute with its 4 arms. It's like 3 smaller arms and it's 1 longer 3-fingered claw outstretched. And Naidaadi, you see this like it's creepy. It's like those vampire squids.
Ew.
It just like unfurls and its arms very like gracefully and smoothly kind of slither through the water. Um, and the Umber Hulk sees it and lets go of Oolon and uh, pushes to the side as the cave leech arrives there.
Cool.
It's no longer grappling Oolon, but Oolon's still in melee with it.
Okay. Yeah, let me do it. Let me ink.
All right.
So now that means
And the
that.
cave leech does not seem to be affected by its eyes.
Hmm. So everybody has to do. So me and or not me, the creature, anybody within 15 feet of me must make a of me of the cave leech must make a dexterity saving throw with a DC of 12.
Ah, if the cave leech is swimming, The ink instead creates a 15-foot cube that heavily obscures the area. So no saving throw necessary. You can just create a big
You're right, I'm
cloud. So if this is done on land, you spray ink at things and
I
try to
see,
get
I
it in their
see.
eyes. If you're underwater, it's just a cloud.
Okay,
And
cool.
does the cave leech use this to move without taking opportunity attacks, or does it want to stay where it is?
Oolon is unconscious.
Yes.
Can it grab Oolon and move away, or is that too much?
Not this turn.
Yeah. Okay. I'm gonna move over here. I'm gonna have it move over here.
Okay.
But
No opportunity attack.
yeah.
There's the cloud of ink. And do you want to do anything on land, Roper, or
Maybe like a little dance.
okay? Maybe dexterity saving throw.
Okay. Give me a sec here. Saving throw. Okay.
Yeah, you slip.
Yeah, that's two natural ones. So
Yeah,
Damn.
you do a little dance and immediately slip in. You dance on the slippery stone of this pool and
shouldn't have done
fall
that
in.
dance. That's gonna be that's the end for Ropert.
You never dance again. Malthar.
Malthar would like to try to dive off of this little cliff into the water as well.
All right. Grow bags.
What was it?
Acrobatics.
What?
Yeah, what?
I'm chewing.
Oh, acrobatic. Right. Okay.
Amazing. Swan dive.
Awesome. Poosh. Malthar is going to use cunning action to dash. Getting 70 feet of movement, half in the water for 35. Did that dive take any of my movement?
No, in fact, you rolled so well. I'll give you an extra 5
Okay, cool.
from gravity.
Alright. Malthar is actually going to do a rescue mission and try to swim to where he last saw
All right.
Oolong, and try to grab in the ink cloud for Oolong and try
Yeah.
to swim
You see this
with that bird
expanding, billowing cloud of ink. Oolon's in it somewhere. Make an investigation check to try and find him. An 11. In this chaos, I don't think that's enough.
Okay. Alright.
Put you right in the middle of the cloud.
Okay.
In fact, I think you are swimming in the cloud, trying to find him, and you put your hand on something hard and hairy.
Oh no. Alright. Gosh, I'm just gonna. I don't know how much movement do I have. I think I'm just gonna stay there. Unfortunately.
All right. Oh yeah, you do have an action. You could dodge if you. No, you know what? That investigation check was your action.
Yeah. Yeah. Alright. Yep. That's it.
That save from Oolon.
And I'll be right back.
Okay.
Cool.
$16. That's one success. Umber Hulk. gonna. I think it's gonna swim out of the cloud. Um, and look, just like get. It's gonna swim up a few feet too. So I'm gonna use 2 squares of movement. Um, yeah, it swims up and to the side out of the cloud to get a view of everyone who's not in the cloud except for the cave leech because it's positioned itself like on the bottom of the pond on the opposite side of the cloud, very like strategically. It has like good instincts for positioning the cloud. And I think it's gonna take the dodge action. But that means it didn't have the wherewithal to take the disengage action. So if you want Malthar, when you touch it, you could use it starts to pull away. You could take an attack of opportunity if you want.
Alright, I will try that. Dagger.
Dagger. 24, that hits. And I think with a dagger you don't have disadvantage underwater. There's some weapons that don't have disadvantage underwater.
Right. Light weapons do not, and a dagger
Okay.
would be.
I think if you tried to use a club underwater, that would probably not go very well.
Yeah. 6 piercing.
Even though I think that's a little bit. 6. You stab a dagger onto its arm and like feel the slightest bit of like it's like stabbing a dagger into a wooden table. It like goes in a little bit, but it's not like you hurt the table, really. Like fundamentally you haven't damaged the structural integrity of the table. You just feel like
Yeah.
you made some
Wandered
progress.
around in the dark, saw it, and like
Yeah.
stabbed instinctively.
If it didn't resist the damage, it just can take a lot of damage. Naidaadi, I need you. Are your eyes still closed?
Yes, but I was planning on opening them at some point.
All right. What do you do?
As I open them,
Mhm.
I will immediately notice, oh God, there's a gigantic cloud of darkness over there.
Yeah.
Um,
You you look around. You can hear and feel like Ropert's in it. Everyone's in the water now. You can see the cave leech. You see Ropert. You see the cloud, and you see the Umber Hulk.
Yep.
Moving up here.
I am probably going to also go for Oolon, try to get him out.
All right.
I mean, that was my original
Hulk
plan.
And you don't. Yeah, you see where the Umber Hulk is, and you quickly look away. You look back down to the cloud, and swim back into it. Make an investigation check to the cloud.
14.
14. You find Malthar, and you find Oolon.
All right. I'm going to grab them and try to usher them out. Not sure how much I can do without
All right.
just outright disengaging or giving up an action to do anything.
So you were pretty close. So you didn't use much movement to get to. I'm actually going to put you here. You used 10 feet of movement to get here to where you found Oolon and Malthar. What would you like to do?
Before I lose my...
Oolon.
Yeah. Grab Oolon by the cloak. Reach over for Malthar as well. Try to grab him and then just start kicking my feet.
You know you won't be able to drag both of them.
Okay, let Malthar go.
All right.
And then,
So you can. I think you're going to be moving quarter speed, dragging Oolon through the water.
that's fine.
So
Thankfully,
you
all of my
10 feet
movement.
to get where you were.
Well, thankfully, all of my movement, all of my remaining movement will get me just out of the cloud, even at the same depth.
Make another investigation check before you do.
Yeah, I would agree.
Or if there's another check that you think makes sense.
No.
12. 12's not too bad. Make it there.
Oh,
There's
gosh.
one square of movement that you had left.
Yeah. At quarter
Yeah.
speed, yes.
See, Oolon's arm is mostly out of the cloud. And the tough thing is that when you move out of the cloud, you bring some of the cloud with you. So it's kind of hard to get out of it quickly. It doesn't stay in place.
Dang.
It expands a little as it disperses.
Was that enough for one
so-
full action worth of stuff?
Yeah, searching in the cloud and dragging. Normally, just dragging someone wouldn't be an
Yeah.
action, I don't think.
That's fair.
But mixed with searching, that's your action.
Perfectly fair. All right.
And you swim out right next to the Umber Hulk.
Right.
Ropert, you're in the water.
Am
You have
in
dark
the water.
visions. You can clearly see everything that's happening except for what's in the cloud.
Alright, I'll swim over here. And oh no, it's 2 feet down. Yeah, okay. I'll swim down.
20. You can use your action to get there. Or you can get part over there.
So
Wait
I
a
have
minute.
a-
Do you have any? Do you have a thing that makes you go faster? I'm trying to remember. What were your exploits? Oh no! Did we not record your exploits on the sheet? God damn it. Well. We're not figuring that out this turn.
Yeah. Here's a question.
Yep.
Draconic Cry. Does that work underwater? It says the thing has to hear me.
Yeah. I think it will work once, but you're not going to be holding your breath after you do that.
Right. Okay. Yeah, I'll use my action to get down there.
Okay.
And then cry draconically.
All right.
And then I'll probably use my next turn to... Well, actually, here's a question. Can I just stick my head under the water and do it? Would it hear me, or do I have to be right next to it?
Yeah, you can do that.
Let me do that.
Yeah. All right, so you're back up where you were?
Yeah. Let me do that.
Right.
And I'll say that's the end of my turn.
All right, you go underwater, you see what's happening, and you let out a draconic cry, which everyone does hear. It's muffled, but there's a low. It vibrates through the water magically, because this is an ancient draconic cry. What does it do again?
It gives everybody advantage on attacks until the next turn, until my next
Wow.
turn.
Yeah, that's how it
So, and then the cave leech needs to attack, or do whatever it's gonna do. But
Alright.
it's gonna attack, I'll tell you that much.
All right. It can get
Swim
to.
over here, right?
can get to the Hulk, yeah.
And
It
doesn't have
cannot
any
see
ferocity.
through. Oh, you know what? It has blind sight, so it can attack within its own fog cloud.
Right, so it's just gonna do the bite attack because it doesn't have any ferocity to spend.
All right.
22.
22 hits.
All right. 3. Not very good.
Great.
It's gonna. Does it get ferocity on this turn now that it's next to the thing? Wait a second. Oh, it's at the start of their turn. They have to be okay. So it doesn't get any ferocity this turn. Next turn it will. So that's it.
All right. Malthar. You can't see anything, but you hear the Draconic cry. Naidaadi came over and tapped you on the shoulder. You felt Oolon just as Oolon was dragged away.
Right. Oolon got dragged away. So I think Malthar is going to, since someone is rescuing Oolong, presumably at this point, Malthar is going to try to find a way out of this fog cloud, out of
All right.
this ink cloud.
Which way are you going to attempt to go?
I guess towards the west.
All right. Make an investigation check.
Alright.
Or if you think it needs me of another check. Yeah, I'm not certain that's the best skill, but it's the first one that comes to mind.
Oof. 3.
Yeah, it's pretty bad. You can move. What's your speed?
35.
That's just about the worst you could roll. So
Oh. Oh.
you emerge from the cloud. You used 20 feet of movement. And you're about 15 feet under the water. No, you know what? You would have been 20 feet because you were looking on the floor of the cave, floor of the pool.
Oh.
So actually, at the moment, you can't see anyone except for you can just barely make out the Umber Hulks.
Yeah.
The fog cloud obscures everything else.
If I use cunning action to dash, can I make it over to the Umber Hulk?
Mm-hmm.
Then cunning action dash, swim, clamber over to the Umber Hulk and try to stab it with another dagger attack.
Make a wisdom saving throw.
Okay.
Charisma saving throw.
Charisma. Wow.
Roll a d8. Roll another d8. How much movement do you have left with your having used your action?
5 feet.
You move. Oh, you haven't used your action, have you?
No, not yet. No.
You start climbing up the stone wall. You panic. All you can think about is, I gotta get out of here. I gotta get out of here.
Oh, man.
Swim in this direction and start climbing. You get 5 feet out of the water, and next turn we'll see if you can continue. If you want to keep climbing, you haven't gotten very far out of the water,
Okay.
and you just like come to your senses as you're climbing, and you don't entirely remember the thought process that led you to doing this.
Man. Okay.
Death save from Oolon. Umber Hulk. Turns to look at Malthar as he approached, and its eyes follow him as he moves away. Turns around towards him and swims that little bit after him. You know what? It's going to. No, it's cornered by all these things. Its eyes follow Malthar for a moment, but then it turns back to Naidaadi. It's going to make its attacks against you. First one is an 18.
That will hit.
You are grappled.
Great.
You take 16 piercing damage.
Okay.
It's going to turn and start to swim away with you. As it does, it will sort of kick at the cave leech as it goes, and it does not have disadvantage, even though the cave leech is in the cloud. It's a 14 to hit.
To hit the cave leech?
Yes.
That does hit.
13 bludgeoning.
Woof.
That's clawed feet. And it's going to leave the leech's square, which would provoke an attack of opportunity.
Yes, it will attack.
All right.
19.
That hits.
2.
The way this thing moves, it almost seems oblivious to occasionally it seems it like reacts to what you're doing, like the cloud it swam out of it, but it's not like it's like when you hit it, it's like hitting a brick wall. It's hardly reacting to the attacks that you've made so far. It seems annoyed by you as you like buzz around its head, and it climbs out of the water, holding Naidaadi, kicking and screaming at its mandibles. Naidaadi, what do you do? You're face to face with it. It has these like four black eyes in the center of its face that are face to face with yours.
Okay. I can still do stuff while I'm grappled, correct?
Yep.
All right.
Let me
It's
see
not
if you're
like it's
restrained.
pinioning
You
us.
are restrained.
Well, fine. I will restrain it back and cast Ensnaring Strike.
Hey. All right. Make your attack roll at disadvantage. Okay, so that's nice because you cast it as a bonus action and you're concentrating on it. So even if you miss your attack, you still will have it next turn, potentially. So your weapon is imbued with this. Are you using your messed up short sword still, or do you have something else?
I have my secretly
Remember
spiked
that's like-
mace, and that's probably a little better.
At least it's not a -1.
Hmm?
I said at least it's not a -1.
Right.
All right. click it, it extends, spikes come out. 19 hits. That's 2 piercing. Not much damage,
And it's
but
annoyed.
it has to make a strength saving throw
At the start of its turn, right?
at the start of his turn. Okay. Roper. Don't let me forget about that because I feel like I might.
Alright, Rupert's gonna climb out of the water
All right.
and. Oh, wait a minute. Yeah, okay. Move over to the cave leech
Oh,
and attack with scimitar.
all right.
18.
18 hits just barely. That's it. 18 is its armor class.
5.
5. That might be the biggest hit that it's taken so
Mm-hmm.
far. And the cave leech alone in the water with Oolon still dying.
Guess it'll. Can it try to drag Oolon up to the shore?
Yes, it can.
What do I need to roll for that?
Honestly, nothing. Cave leech is a very proficient swimmer.
Okay.
It'll move half movement. We'll see. What's its swim speed is 40, so it could get 10 feet towards the surface with Oolon. The cave leech is halfway up to the surface. The cave leech is almost at the surface. Oolon is halfway up.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
And actually, were you looking at the Umber Hulk when you made your attack roll?
I suppose. I can't say that I guess I can't say that I wasn't. That would be sort of.
You could avert your eyes and make the attack roll disadvantage.
But then I wouldn't have hit, so I guess I
That's
was
true.
looking.
All right, make a charisma saving throw.
No, wait a minute.
Yeah,
What's this for?
its eyes, which are on the sides of its head.
Um. No, it's not. So it's not. I'm not getting frightened then. Okay.
No.
So then, yeah.
Oh yeah, good call, but no. Natural 1. So you need to roll a d8. It's a 4. You run up to it, and it's walking away from you, but it turns in this direction a little bit just to climb, and you catch a glimpse of that gleaming orb on the side of its head, and you just go slack and do nothing. I'm giving it back its 5 health. You remember the story of the one scout that survived, who saw its eyes in the dark as one of the scouts shot one of their own and then ran off into the darkness. And the scout that survived was stuck still, frozen in place, couldn't move. That's where you are now.
Cool.
Malthar, you started climbing up this wall, and then you're starting to slip. What would you like to do?
I think, boy, slip back into the water and swim over to this point.
All right.
kind of coming at the Umber Hulk from behind. Boy. Having been just bedazzled by this creature, can Malthar try to attack it without directly looking at its head?
Yeah, definitely. It's very big. But it's still like the effort to like completely avoid looking at its head will give you disadvantage on the attack.
Malthar will try that though. Dagger. A 9. Nope. Bonus action. Is this wall up here towards the north?
Yeah, but it's not as steep as this one. It's like a 5 foot. You could clamber up without any extra.
Alright, 5, 10, 20, 20. Malthar will use cunning action to disengage, and we'll move the last remaining couple 10 feet of movement back that way a little bit. And that's it.
Alright. Okay. Death save from Oolon. If this is a natural one, it could be it. But it's a success. Umber Hulk. Completely unfazed. Nobody has successfully attacked it since it got Naidaadi, so it's just going to continue about its business.
It does take 5 piercing damage.
Oh, right. And it has to. See, I did forget.
And it can
Strength
attempt
save.
to leave via the. Yeah.
Wait, is there a strength save? Oh,
Yeah.
that's to attempt to leave. So wait a minute.
Yeah. It's its action to try to break out.
The target must succeed on a strength. Oh, it does. It does have to make a. It does have to make a strength saving throw. I accidentally clicked it twice. It's a natural 1 though, so it is restrained.
Yes.
So it's covered in vines that spring all over it, stick into the ground.
All right.
Takes 1d6 the start of his turn. So that was 5. Very good. Now that's the most damage it's taken in one attack. Because Ropert's actually missed. Or he didn't make the attack in the first place. It like as the vines spring up around it, it kind of stops, and then like moves a little, like pulling against the vines. It's like the first time it's like been like, huh, what? So wait, what can it do? It well, I was trying to say feature saying action. It's an action. There's nothing about attacking the vines, so I'll go with that. It has to make an action. So it's, I think, very clear to the creature that like you stabbed it with a dagger, and from the no, you stabbed it with this mace, and from the mace, these vines sprung out and completely covered it. I think it's going to attack you with disadvantage, Naidaadi.
Okay.
It's 24
That will hit.
for 10 bludgeoning damage.
Okay.
And a 24. Oh, I'm sorry. The first one was a 16, not a 24.
It still hits.
Disadvantage. Okay. And the second one was a 24.
Okay. Wow.
13 on the second one.
I am limp. I go limp.
And it's going to throw you I'm gonna roll a strength check to see how far it can throw you. It's a 23. Going to throw you. You roll on the cave floor over here, almost in the river. You're on the edge, but you don't fall in the river. And roll a d20. If you roll under an 11 or under a 10 here, you're going to take a failed death save from the trauma of rolling on
Yep.
the stone. Okay, you do not take a death save just from that, but you do have to make a death saving throw on your turn.
Yep.
It throws you, and then it tries to move again, and it's looking slowly, like looking down at itself, and kind of flexing and kind of confused why it can't move still, that it's gotten rid of the thing that did this. It may try to escape next turn. Give me a death save.
Oh, me. That's right. That's right. Oops.
It's pretty bad. Ropert. Let's do the cave leech first. The cave leech, as you commanded, it reaches the land and is starting to drag Oolon up onto the water. He's like halfway. He's still in the water, but like his arm and his half his head are poking out of the water now.
Okay.
You see it because after you snap out of your stupor, you look back just to look away from the Umber Hulk, and you see this behind you.
Okay. So I need to disengage. Can I I'm gonna disengage from the
Okay.
Umber Hulk, and I'm gonna come over and stabilize Oolon.
All right. Yes, that would be a medicine check unless you have some kind of healing potion or something.
Oh, well, let me see if I do. I don't think I do.
Actually, make an intelligence check.
You know where I keep my good berries? Can
That's
you just,
exactly
give
what
me
I'm-
one?
That's exactly what I'm
Intelligence
thinking.
says. Let me do that real quick. 6. No.
6. We've talked so much Goodberry. I think you would have advantage on this just because, like,
Okay.
you're surviving off of good berries. Every night you get your good berries from Oolon. It's a ritual now. You know where those good berries are, and you know they restore 1 hit point.
Okay. Then I'm gonna do that.
Okay. You take a good berry out of his pocket, pop it in his mouth, make him chew, move his jaw upside down, up and down a little bit. And he goes, what? Comes back to life, lungs full of water. You're awake at 1 hit point. You feel like hell. He looks like Jesus Christ. He has a bloody ring around his forehead where it's gruesome.
Yes.
Malthar.
Is the creature still restrained by the vines?
You know what? Sorry. Would the cave leech like to do anything with this action? It could dash if you wanted it to.
I didn't. That wasn't its action pulling him up on the land. Okay.
No, I think it just managed to get where it did with its move.
All right, then yeah, I think it'll dash over to the.
It has 20 feet of land speed, so it can flop over to the Umber Hulk. And then its turn there.
All right.
Sorry, Malthar?
Okay.
See it fling Naidaadi. Oh, one more thing, Oolon. It's completely dark. There's no light source. You can't see anything. Malthar.
Malthar is going to move. If Malthar moves back towards Naidaadi, is the Umber Hulk still going to be visible?
If you move over to Naidaadi, yes, because it's very tall.
Malthar will move back towards Naidaadi and will try to shoot an arrow at the Umber Hulk while trying to avoid its gaze. So, at disadvantage?
Disadvantage. You would have disadvantage anyway because you're in the dark with only dim light from the dark vision.
Yes. Thankfully, double disadvantage.
Yep.
13?
13 misses. Oh, it's restrained, which means it's still a 13 because it cancels out to
Yeah.
neither.
I guess that's it for Malthar.
All right. Oolon. You are blind.
Yep. I'm going to
But you're full.
wild shape. Yeah. Going to expend a wild shape. Nurture form, which sheds light,
Nice.
glow. And I'm going to. Can I? This is like a cliff, right?
Let me switch back to Roll20. You can go, if you go this way, it's not a cliff. It's here, it's a cliff. Where the like darker shadow is, right here it's a cliff. I guess it's not as obvious as I thought it was. Here, I'm gonna draw.
No, I can see that this is like
Can you see it?
a
Okay.
step up. But yeah, it's
Go on.
not obvious.
So this black line is where it's a significant cliff.
So let me. Okay. So if I move to here, I can't
Oops,
see its eyes.
What?
Because I only shed enough light to see 20 feet.
Its eyes glow.
Oh shit.
You actually could see its eyes if you look at it. But either way, if you're planning on attacking it, you know, you can avert your eyes and have disadvantage on the attack roll.
Okay. Yeah, I guess I'll do that.
All right.
I'm going to.
But that's canceled out by the fact that it's restrained.
Oh, cool. All right, I'm gonna do a guiding bolt.
Ooh.
That's a hit. That's a hit.
16 damage.
Oh shit. Okay. So this time it reacts.
Oh,
And
got it.
it
And then as a bonus action, I'm doing that, which is a 20. And 9 more damage.
It lets out a hiss that comes from its belly, from its like not even from its mouth. It's like an expulsion of air from some insect organ in its body. It turns around and clacks its pincers, looking at where they came from. Its whole demeanor has shifted. All right, so that was 16 and 9. The second one had advantage too, but it doesn't matter because it was 20. But that's a great. Oh, that's such a cool combo that you can do the guiding bolt first and then have advantage on your starry form. That's really cool.
Cool.
All right. Yeah, that's the first big hit that it's taken, and it was a big hit. So everything's changed now. It's fine. It turns around to look at you. I'm gonna roll.
What did you just send?
It's a Google search. Sean, what is this?
Sorry? What?
What'd you send in Roll20?
Oh, I was trying to see the description of Guiding Bolt.
Okay.
Oh. Did I click it? Does it show for? Did it show for you? Because
It's not a
showed
link
the
for me.
text.
It's just text. It's not a link. Um, um, yeah.
Thank you, Oolon.
It's gonna disengage. And no, it's not gonna disengage. It's gonna run away from the cave leech. That's an
How?
attack of opportunity.
How? Is it still not
But
grappled?
how?
It's still grappled by
Oh,
vines?
god damn it! Yeah, it's gonna use its action to try to escape.
Oh wait, nope. You're fine. This is concentration spell and I passed out, so
Oh no! And the vines go away if you lose concentration?
I think so. Yeah, it's concentration.
Damn. The vines wither. That's too bad.
Okay, you can do your
I thought
disengage.
you really got me for a second. It's gonna. The cave leech can get an opportunity attack once. It's gonna make
Yes, it wants.
one pincer attack against Malthar. Last ditch effort to get some food out of this.
Does 15 hit?
No.
Okay.
Oh, that's the wrong. Does 26 hit?
Yes.
I just click show to players, whatever it doesn't matter. So you're gonna take 18 piercing damage. It grabs you in its mandibles, and it's gonna fling you in this direction. It grabs you with its mandibles, and then it like does this. It like throws its head backwards and tries to just like chuck you over the back of its head in this direction. That's pretty good. It gets you just over the river. You can make a dexterity saving throw to try and land.
Sure. 20?
Oh yeah. You land on your feet, and I'll even give you a reactive 5 feet of movement from where you are right now,
Yeah, I'll move
if you would like to move.
just a little bit further away from the edge.
All right. Use 2, 3. It uses 3 squares, so it gets 3 more, and it's going to run like. I think I described it last week. It runs like the split guy, like
Oops, sorry.
it runs like James McAvoy and glass whatever glass something
Yeah.
glass
Like a
man.
gorilla. Yeah.
Yeah.
Last onion.
And it just splashes into the water, running full speed towards Malthar. Death save for Naidaadi.
Click. Cool.
Ropert.
How far can Ropert go? 30 feet.
Now,
Not quite far enough.
20 to climb the rock. Well, in addition to climbing the cliff.
Yeah. I want to try to get over here.
Okay.
Over here.
Oh, over here. The
Yeah.
quickest way might be this way, because this isn't the cliff either. Right here.
Okay.
But I think you'd still have to use your action.
Yeah, I think so. Okay, so I'm gonna use my action to get over there.
Mhm.
And I guess that's it. I guess that's all I can do. I was gonna try to stabilize,
Alright.
but I'll do that next turn, I suppose.
Malthar. It's barreling towards you, splashing through the river.
Yeah. I'm gonna grab my last arrow and try to shoot it normally.
Alright. You climb to your feet. You can feel bones underneath where you stand. You're on the edge of its.
Actually, as this thing is barreling down,
Yeah.
and I don't think I can get out of the way in time, I'm gonna use steady aim.
Nice. Very cool.
Do I have disadvantage because it's dim light?
Yes.
So this will
you
just
do.
give me a straight roll then.
Alright.
Last arrow.
Yeah, and you don't have to worry about averting. You can avert your eyes and not have to worry about the disadvantage.
25.
25 hits.
9. Out of arrows. Let's see. Oh yeah, and
Nine's pretty good though. You hit it as it's running. The arrow doesn't like stick into it even. It just like hits its skin hard, and it does react though. It like shakes its head to the side as it's running. It's 9.
that's it for Malthar. Oof,
That is a good attack.
tough.
It looks bloodied, even though that's not exactly a thing in 5th edition. Oolon.
Yeah. I'm going to move to there. I'm going to use Guiding Bolt again. Oh, natural 20.
Whoa! Oh my god! Please vaporize it.
Burn it out.
Fuck.
22.
That 22! So that is not enough to kill it. But I think you knock it like it loses its balance and falls into the water and rolls over on its back. And you hear like this sputtering hiss as it like rolls into the water. Is that it, or do you have a follow up?
Well, I mean, I guess if it's that close to death, then yeah, I'm gonna do this too. 15 to hit.
With advantage, even with the advantage from the, well, I guess it would balance out. Oh shit. Oh no. You would have had disadvantage on the guiding bolt.
Oh.
Wait a minute. How far does your light go?
I think I have 10 of bright and 10 of dim.
10 of bright, 10 of dim. Could you move closer? Would you be able to move closer? Or was that your full movement to get here?
I think that was my full movement.
Okay.
Yes.
Unfortunately, the guiding bolt missed. That's heartbreaking.
Damn. Okay. Well, the guiding bolt missed, then I'm not doing the archer starry form as my second thing. I'm doing
Alright.
healing word.
Healing word. Naidaadi, you are awake.
Mm-hmm.
You still have dark vision. Obviously, the time drops aren't concentration.
Right.
So the Umber Hulk keeps running. Was not knocked over. It's gonna make a mandible attack against Malthar. 19.
Yep, that hits.
Lucky roll, it only did 9 damage. It rolled a 3 and a 1 on its damage die. It's 2d8 plus 5. Took 9 damage.
So you got
But you are-
8 hit points back from the healing word.
Nice. Naidaadi is 9. Is 8. So how much movement? Is it here?
Oh, two.
It was here.
It's here?
Yeah.
Okay.
No,
So,
it was one more to the right.
Okay.
Yeah, there you go.
So
I couldn't reach it.
I have 10, 15.
Ooh, back in the cave. Ooh.
Welcome to the dining room, it says in Bug.
You do hear it making this like sound that it does almost sound like speech.
Down that hallway's
Only
the bathroom.
Malthar.
Up that hallway's the bedroom.
Only Malthar can hear that.
Okay.
But it's almost muttering like to you.
Ew. Yeah. So creepy. Messing us up.
Naidaadi.
Gah. Blink my eyes a couple times. Can we see across the river from this vantage point?
Yes.
All right, I'm going to get up.
It's real dark over there though.
It's probably going to be at disadvantage. double check one thing.
I don't think your mark gives you advantage, but it does give you something.
Yeah, I'm gonna actually try the most difficult spear throw possible.
Okay.
Whoa.
With disadvantage,
Yep.
lands in the
Dang.
river.
Ah. What the heck?
Anything else?
You put Malthar out of his misery. No.
I'm gonna.
If you were here, I might have done that. But
I'm gonna start.
Yep.
Oops, sorry. I need to move. I'm gonna run down into the river and start wading across to come help Malthar.
All right. Roper. Oh, the cave leech. Did the cave leech do any movement on your last turn?
Oh yeah, I guess it. I keep forgetting about the cave bleach. I guess it should have. Well, how
Okay.
far can it move?
Full. If it used its action, that would be. It could get to the edge of the river.
All right, let's do that.
And I'm not going to consider how that might have changed the previous turns. Let's just say
Yeah,
it
it's
doesn't.
fine.
Yeah.
Okay, so Ropert.
It would have been able to get there, and it would have been able to get an attack of opportunity because the Umber Hulk would not have disengaged. Give me one free opportunity attack if you'd like.
No. Okay. Jeb is gonna move. Wait, where does the water start exactly?
What about you draw?
Okay. So it's out of the water right now. Okay.
It's in the water. Oh, the Umber is out of the water.
That's
Cave
what I
Leech is
mean,
in the water.
Yeah. So how I probably have like what, half movement through the water?
You do, yeah. Cave Leech, basically double.
Right. Okay, I'm gonna move to the. Am I too far away? Let me see.
From where
What's-
you were.
I know, I
were
just
we
moved.
good?
I was
Wait, total.
here. So this is
Okay.
30.
That's
So
30.
I would-
Yeah.
But
Probably
I have
be able to get
movement
right to the
for
middle.
a second. Yeah. Okay, I'll do
Let you
that.
get to the middle.
Can I use my sling from in the water or no?
Yes. Because it's like for you it's waist high.
Okay. And I will use the sling and try to hit it with that.
How is the water flow right now?
I had just thought of that, and I'll tell you in a second.
19?
19, yeah, with disadvantage it's still a 19. It's
4.
4.
And then the cave leech is gonna. How far? Where can the cave leech get to right now?
Cave Leech, with 5 feet of movement, it could get 2 squares forward, and then it has. Yeah, it can get into melee if it wants.
Okay, cool. It
Uh,
wants.
All right.
And it's going to.
Roll 1d4 ferocity, just because the Cave Leech has been trying to get into melee with it for so long that I think it's getting angry.
That's 2.
And this won't always be a good thing. Like sometimes I'll make it roll ferocity for things that frustrate it, and it won't be good. Like you'll get too much ferocity, so it's good now. But so you have 2 ferocity. if that changes what you want to do.
Mm,
The
no,
stretch
not really.
attack
I think it's
costs
just gonna.
2.
Yeah, but it's already within 5 feet, so
Well, it doesn't have to be because it got that 2 ferocity on the way over here.
that's true. All right, let me
And if it's
Let
in the
it-
water,
Yeah, okay, it'll stay in the
It has
water
extended.
and do that and try to
all right,
attack it with the stretch attack.
make that attack roll. You have to click on the signature attack, the bite.
12. Fuck.
12. From the water, it tries to like wind up its like tense up its main tentacle, and then it kind of launches out like a spring, but it's attacking something that's not in the water, and it just doesn't have the strength in its arm to reach that far before it loses velocity. But it can finish its movement and get to melee.
Yeah, okay, it'll do that.
Cave Leech hasn't gotten to do everything it wanted, but it's been the most consistent damage dealer in this fight, I think.
That's true.
Obviously, the most damage came from Oolon that one turn, but the Cave Leech is the only one who's like been hitting it regularly. I think. Maybe Malthar, you're cornered up against the wall. There's bones everywhere.
Is this thing restraining me or is it just grappling?
Yes,
Both?
grappled and restrained,
Okay.
and it's doing.
Yeah. Creepy. Malthar is going to use an item interaction to light a torch so that his companions can actually see this creature. And then Malthar is going to
Make a sleight of hand check to do that while you're restrained by a monster. Because it's a little fiddly.
Yeah. What kind of check?
Sleight of hand.
Okay. Oof.
You immediately drop your tinderbox.
Wow.
Object interaction gone.
Okay. Malthar will use his action just to dodge what attacks he can
Alright.
see in the dim light. Yeah.
Yeah. Just like pushing against its face and kicking anytime it tries to move for you.
Yeah.
With its arms.
Alright. That's it for Malthar.
Alright. Oolon.
Yes. Okay.
As it was running through the water, it saw the bright white light arcing over its head, and it did like duck down and watch it go and keep running. So it's keenly aware of that specific attack.
Well, too bad because it's gonna happen again. All right. Well.
It's 9. Make an intimidation check though.
Okay. Also 9.
No.
And then this, which is also a 9. Wow. Okay. Well, that was my turn.
Umber Hulk going to disengage from the cave leech and move quarter speed because it's squeezing through these tunnels, which it normally, it's not uncomfortable for it, but it does slow its movement down. No, it's not going to disengage. It needs to get away. Cave leech gets an opportunity attack.
Okay. Thank God. Hopefully I'll hit. I will. 24.
24. All right.
Four
Because this is
piercing damage.
happening so consistently at the start of the cave leech's turn, it is going to get another roll for ferocity because this keeps fucking happening. It
Okay.
keeps getting away. And every bite that it tastes makes it more frustrated. You're gonna have to calm this cave leech down after this fight. From where you are, Jeb, you can feel it like radiating frustration. Nobody else can because it's a blob. It's like a wet blob. It has no way of conveying emotions. But Umber Hulks gonna dash
No, Malthar.
around the corner.
I'm not tasty.
Naidaadi. You hear Malthar's voice is fading around the tunnels. It's echoing. You can't see him anymore.
Take up chase, wade through the water. It's 10 to get out.
Malthar, make a sanity check. Deal with it later. But
Okay.
do a wisdom saving throw. Yeah, Malthar, not Naidaadi.
Oh, Malthar.
Is that a wisdom?
Yeah.
Whew.
Very good.
Hanging in there.
So you use your movement to get there.
Moves my movement to get there.
Still can't see it.
I have nothing else. I really have nothing else.
Your action to dash.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense. I keep forgetting that's a thing.
Okay. And you have dark vision, so
Yep.
Are you dashing?
I will.
Alright.
Yeah, I'll dash
Go
over
forward.
here.
Alright, yeah. You get to this intersection, and you see it around this corner.
Mhm.
Run into melee. Whoops. I clicked on the reveal tool, but it decided to hide instead. Alright. Ropert.
Okay, Ropert is going to move.
Oh, and roll your d4 for the cave leech.
Where can Ropert get to? Just tell me, because I don't know how to do with the half movement thing.
Right. 5, 10. Okay, so you can move 25 feet, considering just like an extra 5 feet to get out of the river. You could get there, one of these squares.
All right, then that's where he's going.
All right, and the cave leech. With that, or go on. You can take your turn.
Yeah, I'm gonna roll the d4. That's a 1, so I have 3
All right.
now.
right.
The cave leech can move 20 feet, so it's gonna and I guess it'll
Dash.
dash. Yeah, okay.
It can get into melee with a dash.
For there. And I guess Ropert will dash too. Why not?
All right. Charging into the dark, chasing the Umber Hulk.
Jeb.
Your voice cut out a little bit. I heard
I was
Jeb.
just saying Jeb can see because he's got dark vision.
Jeb can
but-
see dimly, so you would
Yes.
have disadvantage on any attack rolls. which you would anyway if you were going to avert your eyes. Malthar.
Alright, Malthar's gonna hear his companions come up from behind and will gamble it all on a desperate bid to get out of this thing's claws and will
Alright.
get out of this restrainment. Acrobatics?
Yeah, you could do acrobatics.
Nope.
13 is not enough. Make another wisdom saving throw at disadvantage.
Yeah. 9.
All right. Then at the start of your next turn, we're going to remember this. You're going to look into its eyes. I
Okay.
think in the panic, you're not focusing on averting your eyes anymore,
Alright.
which is part of how this thing, clearly how it works. It gets you, it gets a hold of you, and you just keep looking at it.
Alright. That is it for Malthar.
Oolon.
Yeah, so it's half movement in the water.
Yep. So it would be
So that's
10 feet. And then the next one, you can do 5 feet to get out of it.
Okay. So then. Okay, and then I will dash, I guess.
All right.
Everyone has light now, but
Sweet.
nobody's looking at it, I guess, so it's not that helpful.
Yeah. But it could help. Cave is lit up now. Umber Hulk.
Oh wait, I can still bonus action archery start
Yeah, you can.
at disadvantage. Oh,
Haha,
18.
yeah. And make an intimidation check with advantage.
Okay.
Oh, it's -2?
Yeah, I have really bad charisma.
Forget the intimidation. I don't think you're using your charisma here. I think you're using your fucking magic that is blinding it and hurting it. I think the intimidation was misguided. Roll your damage for the starry form.
11.
Oh god. It hisses loudly and like mutters in its strange Umber Hulk language. It's the Umber Hulk's turn. It lets go of Malthar and starts tunneling into the stone, which is a like violent. It like digs its fist into the rock and pulls the rock away. It like shoves its face into the stone, and the stone like cracks around it. There's like waves of force coming out of its like eyes as it burrows into the stone like it's soft earth and just throws rubble around. It's everyone who's in melee with it gets an attack of opportunity. It's going to use its full movement to just dig into the wall, which is already there's rubble around here. That would be also Naidaadi and Jeb.
Wow.
Naidaadi.
Oh, thank
There's-
God.
24. Okay, and you have
6.
your. Do you get any extra damage from the mark?
The mark?
You marked it
Did I?
at like the start of the fight. Yep. That's what this.
Oh,
it's
yes,
got
yes.
Arrows in its back.
Yes, 1d4.
1d4. All right.
Yep.
2 extra damage, so that's
8.
8. One last arrow in its back. What's its burrow speed? It tunnels into the rock, leaving a small, unstable tunnel behind it. Not as big as its body, but there is a tunnel that it leaves in its wake. It's actually going to curve. It's not its first escape. So it does not dig a straight tunnel. It digs a curved tunnel. You can't see it anymore, but it did leave a narrow tunnel in its wake. Are you chasing the monster, that two-shot all of you, basically.
I'm not.
How damaged did it look to us?
Pretty hurt. It looked like it had it was pretty hurt. Like it was pretty hurt a while ago. It's been trying to escape for a while, and you've gotten a couple good hits in since then. Looked pretty hurt, but also it looked like it was a leak.
I'll leave it alone.
All right. Tunnel slowly settles behind it. There's still there's still a tunnel there, but it's filled with rubble for the most part. And the monster is gone. Let's take a break.
Yeah.
All right.
How about 30 minutes? Does that sound good?
Yeah.
Okay. See you then.
Is it Burger King?
Should have been running in this room. So,
Wondering if you went to Burger King in the last half hour.
had those things you pull apart to have a bunch of garbage in.
Oh, yeah. Got it.
A little early.
That's it. That's it. Put. Should do it.
Let me get start again without adding any songs or skipping. So I paused it.
Oh, maybe it should resume. I don't know.
Try installation play. What? Hold on.
There is volume. Its own voice is showing up.
I hear it.
Yeah, but it's totally not what I told it to do.
Oops.
Hey, it's doing it. I think it is. Oh, whoa. Whoa. Yeah, the current queue is all messed up. What on earth? It's like a mix of everything.
Oh, weird.
Let me just done remove all a couple times. Let me remove all. I'm gonna stop, which I feel like is kind of dangerous, but we'll
Nah,
try
it's not. It shouldn't be.
Okay.
The shutdown command is the dangerous one.
What was your command to view the queue?
Just Q.
Exclamation Q. I got it. Yeah, that's better.
Okay, good. I wonder if this is the playlist that I imported.
Like a mix of ambient and
I did import this as local MP3s,
Huh.
but I won't make you do it. It's who knows what that's going to cause. Yeah.
I might try at some point because YouTube stuff disappears.
Yep. But I have to redo this playlist list, so that it actually looks readable, for one.
Oh, I thought I typed back at I typed back at 8:42, but I typed it in the music DJ.
Oh.
All right, so you are. All right.
We've got a king in our presence.
Mm-hmm.
Is that a noise or the Such a Beautiful Day shirt?
Yes.
Yes.
That's good. It's just that. All right. All in this horrible cave surrounded by bones. It stinks. What would you like to do?
Got another radiant bolt in you. You could just fire it straight down the tunnel and see where it goes.
Yeah, I mean, I can just produce flame down there. Not spend a spell slot.
All right. Choose flame. Throw it down the hole. Strikes the edge. It's quite narrow and uneven. With that light, you can tell that it curves. This thing is smart enough to not take a straight tunnel when it's trying to escape.
Yeah.
I would like to come back around this little clump of rock here and try to find his tinderbox that he dropped.
Yeah.
And
Make an investigation check.
Nice.
Natural 20. Hold on a second. You're poking through the bones, trying to find your tinderbox. You do find it, but before you do, you trip on a body that's a little more intact than the others. It's like a humanoid, definitely a fighter, a warrior, wearing a still very like beautiful, shiny chainmail shirt. They have a rotten black leather helmet on. It's mostly a skull with some tight skin. It's a little bloated in places though, because this cave is pretty damp and warm, so it's not great for preservation. Any of its weapons are not in good shape, but that chain mail is still just a gentle brush takes the grime off of it, and it's shining underneath. Make an intelligence check. Nothing. There's no appraisal skill in 5th edition. It's pretty shiny,
it is.
and it's right next to your tinderbox.
There's chainmail over here if anybody wants it. It's very shiny. But I'll grab my tinderbox at least. And is there any arrows?
Any arrows?
Took my idea.
You've got a couple arrows floating in the water. You know what? On that body, there's a quiver with roll 2d6.
Floating in the river. Remind me what your idea was about river current in here. Was there any to begin with?
I was thinking of making you do dex saves to not
Okay.
get swept away by the river, but you had enough to deal with.
All right.
Honestly, I had enough to deal with. I didn't even to come up with rules for that.
Okay.
So, it was that was I think that was taken care of by the fact that it was difficult terrain. That was you. It wasn't difficult terrain because it was deep. It was difficult terrain because it was fast.
Mhm.
8 arrows in this quiver.
Oh yes, I am. We are rich.
8 plus 1 arrows.
Yay, 9 arrows.
Each one is +1. A +1 arrow.
What?
Maybe poor in money, but we are rich in arrows.
Malthar is rich in arrows.
Body also has a sword that is a -1 sword because of the condition. It's functionally a scimitar, but it's got a long straight blade that has a very gentle curve, and it curves towards the end a little bit. It's a little unusual make. And it has what looks like it used to be a pretty fine black leather scabbard, but it's also rotted.
Is there any other weapons in here? Hand weapons, that kind of thing?
If you'd like to take some time with search,
Sure.
but you're all feeling pretty 1 to 2 hit point range.
Yes.
Me, I'm feeling 42 hit point
Yeah.
range.
Ropert is great.
Doing
Never
push-ups.
better. How much time do you want to
Yeah,
spend
well,
searching
What's
this
wrong,
cave?
guys?
At what point in the day were we did we encounter this? I don't
Late,
really remember.
like late afternoon, on your own internal clocks. You have no idea what time it is up on the surface.
Well, right. So,
Yeah,
but like it's not, we aren't like tired for a long rest. Yet.
no, but you've sort of accelerated that from this.
Well, right.
But no, you weren't like planning on making camp in like the next hour, maybe in a couple hours.
I definitely wouldn't want to do it in here.
And for all of you, you would not be able to to take a short rest. It's
I mean, we've got a timer on how soon that beetle pops back out of the wall.
certainly not in this horrible tunnel system. Maybe out here, because at least it's kind of nice out here, but it's not definitely not ideal. You would not feel safe. But how long do you want to search?
10 minutes.
10 minutes? All right. Anyone who wants to search can make an investigation check to search through this rubble. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
We lose things.
I think Naidaadi, you're looking around. What are you looking for? Like, you're looking for weapons?
Yeah, like a dagger or something.
You find like a lump of bones with like a little bit of cloth, and you're like picking through the pockets, and you find like, there's a packet of crossbow bolts in here. Where's the crossbow? And you're looking for that, and then you hear this shriek from over in this direction where Ropert has gone. Ropert, you were looking around. You found this like big mushroom. Ooh, what's that? Touch it, and it fucking screams at you so loud that like you scream and fall backwards, and it just keeps shrieking. There's these holes on the sides of the mushroom that expand, and air just like blasts out of it as the mushroom like squashes down and just expels air out in all directions. It just shrieks, and it shrieks for like 10 full seconds before it goes abruptly silent again. It starts to get taller, starts to like re-expand. What do you do? What are the rest? What do you all do?
How close am I to it?
You're right where you are. You know what? You would have. You were looking around with a 1. I think you were over here. So you like turn around and you can see the mushroom right here. I have a token for it, but I'm trying to find it.
Oh, heck. Get out my dull short sword. Dash down, and I'm going to take a swipe at the stalk. Try to cut it off at the ground.
Attack the mushroom.
Yep.
The mushroom starts squeezing out air again, and it shrieks. It starts shrieking. What's your attack? I'm not looking at the chat right now.
16.
16. I'm pretty sure it has an armor class of 5. You do have disadvantage. Oh no, do you have a light source? You were searching, so you have a light source.
With disadvantage, it's 8.
Roll damage. But you don't have disadvantage.
8 damage.
8 damage. It has an armor class of 5. You strike it, and you cut the volume of the shriek in half as like you puncture one of its like air chambers inside. And it had like this multi-layered shriek, like a church organ. And now it's just like one squeaking sound that's still going, which is still quite loud, but it doesn't have the depth that it had before. It's more just annoying, and it's still like squeaks.
Like a broken church organ.
To attack it again, it doesn't do anything. It's just mushroom. It just keeps screaming.
Yeah, I'll attack it again if I can, unless somebody else wants to. Just
You can kill it easily.
yeah, very easily.
You hack it to bits, and it stops screaming.
All right. And if I had advantage, I just go to town on it and turn it into like tinder.
Well, Roper, you know that you can eat triggers. They're not. You don't want to eat this one, the one that screamed, but like you look around and there's lots of littler mushrooms poking up around it. This is just a part. The shrieker itself is just a part of the organism, and like it has many other mushrooms that are like the reproductive organs that like mushrooms usually are. And it just grows one stalk for screaming. So you could get yourself a nice meal. You wouldn't have to eat the berries tonight.
Okay, yeah, I'll do that.
Okay. Naidaadi, rattled from the scream, just picked some mushrooms quickly, but you're feeling a little uncomfortable in this cave now.
Yep.
I'll reveal the whole room. Well, no, I'll reveal the whole section. What would you like to do? 10 minutes of searching.
Probably find a place that's safe to do a rest.
Yep.
Everyone's so beat up.
Yeah.
I concur.
Do you go and pick up your arrows from the water?
Yeah, Malthar will go do that.
You guys missed a few times. How many times? Do you know how many times you guys missed? I know Naidaadi missed at least once. I know Ropert missed. I mean, Ropert was throwing rocks there at the bottom.
Yeah, that doesn't.
Did I miss?
But also, you can do it. I'm not actually sure if you missed.
I mean, there was a couple times I wanted to throw something and didn't. But most of them were melee. Anyway.
I think you missed once, at least.
Okay.
I think I remember you too. Well, if you don't remember how many missed, I'll say it was 2. I'm pretty sure. That may or may not be correct, but if nobody remembers.
Yeah. Run another investing. No, I don't find
Spending
any.
another 10 minutes in there?
No. Well,
No.
just hunting around for the arrows. I'm not putting much stock in it though. In my finding
Oh,
them.
if you're searching in the lake or in the
Yeah.
no investigation necessary for the lake.
Oh, okay.
Because they're floating.
Right.
But you would have to go and swim. I mean, you're already wet.
Yeah. Okay.
Something you do notice is that the ink cloud has moved in this direction. And it's still at the bottom of the water. And it's still like together, which means that the current has been moving it as one. And it's
Okay.
at the bottom of the lake, kind of disappearing in this one localized area.
All right. That's interesting. That is very interesting. Sure, I'll get wet. I'll just swim out to the ink cloud and just take a look at it.
Is everybody out here now?
Malthar's over here to collect his arrow. I think he probably saw Naidaadi go over that way, but I'm not sure.
Oh, and there was you missed shooting at it over here, didn't you? No, you hit it.
I think yeah. I think I did.
There was some point you missed when you were over here, wasn't there?
I think there was, yeah.
Alright.
Once in this pool, once in the other pool. I think I meant.
Okay. Alright, so you can get back 2 arrows. Naidaadi can get back 1.
I'm still picking mushrooms. Ooh, another one.
You feed one to the cave leech, it spits it back out. Actually, make an animal handling check to chill this cave leech out.
Oh yeah. Oh my god! I've rolled 3 natural ones this
Yeah.
thing already.
Well, what's the damage die
Session.
for the cave leech? It's 1d6 plus proficiency, but so yeah, let me roll that. You take 8 piercing damage as you like try to feed it a mushroom. It bites your whole hand with its like 3 clawed arm and like won't let go of your arm.
Ropert, you
He's
got some
still got the
damage.
Finally. This thing really is the most consistent damage dealer.
It's still got a hold of your hand. It's holding on to your hand.
I'm gonna shake. We're shaking hands.
Make another animal handling check.
Unbelievable. Unbelievable. I think these dies are weighted.
Take another 5 piercing damage, and it's like you really are like trying to get a toy away from a dog, and it's just it's not growling. It's just like looking at you with its beady little black eyes, the 3 eyes that you could see, and on its little arms. It's like really, it's really what's the word? Belligerent right now.
If Ropert dies from his pet, are you gonna play the pet?
What do you want to do, Walter?
Fucking give it a little kiss on its cheek, I guess. I don't know.
Okay, you can make another animal handling check.
Yeah.
No. It's just a little game.
Okay. You give it a little kiss on its cheek, and it like shrinks away from your kiss this time, but like you kind of keep going and you do get a kiss on it, and it lets go, and it still like grouchily slinks away, it's huddled in the back corner like that. You can tell it's kind of wounded. It's really overwhelmed. The shriek really set it off. This kid just needs a break. I think you also realize that the cave leech was pretty far from it's like a good habitat for it, a good like hunting ground for a cave leech when you found it. And you're starting to get to an area that might be kind of nice for a cave leech. You haven't seen a lot of cave leeches since you came to this tunnel. This is a fresh river. There's not a lot that have settled in this cave. Up to you, but it wouldn't be a bad home for a cave leech.
You know what? I think I'm done with this cave leech. I'm gonna say you served me well, but you also bit my hand twice. So kind of not sure if this was good or bad overall. Love something, let it go. Would do the like, go on, can't you see you're not wanted anymore?
It like shrinks away a little bit and it kind of relaxes, and you, more than you have before, you really connect with the spirit of this cave witch, this silent predator. Uh, and uh, yeah, you're free to take another animal companion.
Okay,
Cave
I'll
witch
take.
will crawl to the water side. It'll climb very slowly over the course of like whatever you guys are doing. It's going to take a long time. You have time to wave to it and say your goodbyes as it slowly, very, very slowly, like a sloth, makes its way up the cave side and perches in the rocks above the river, and just starts to like, with its like snail foot that you can't see, it's starting to like eat away at the stone up there and dig itself a little burrow up to settle into, so it can catch things in the water as they go by. You took care of one monster in this place, and you've created another. From this way in the tunnels where you weren't, you hear a little. Ropert hears this.
What? Didn't hear anything just now. Can't hear you, I don't think.
You can't hear me?
Not whatever sound. I heard that. I can't hear
Oh,
whatever sound
it
you're
was
making.
like, oh,
Oh.
weird. I don't know why it wasn't quiet. But yeah,
Do I recognize it?
make a nature check. It was not unlike I mean, obviously it's clearly different from the shriek that you just heard, but it has that same layered resonance to it.
It's from which direction?
This way.
I'm just gonna. I'm alone. I'm not gonna go there alone.
Something starts moving in this direction. And you see a little shape with like a big head come around the corner, and you see for a second two dimly glowing eyes. And you're like, oh God. And then it comes out into, like, you can see it backlit against the light that your companions have. At the front, your dark vision lets you see a little mushroom guy who looks like it just got woken up.
I love it.
Looks around at all the like mushrooms you just picked.
I'm gonna take a bite. I'm gonna eat one of the mushrooms.
Comes up and gives you like a very it goes up and it like tries to grab at the mushrooms that you're holding.
Mm-hmm.
What do you do?
Hold it back, like so. It's like
Make a contested strength check.
okay.
And find what let's see. Let's roll it.
9.
9. This is a +2, I think.
Jesus.
Oh my God.
He fucking
You-
steamrolls me.
It jumps up and grabs one of the mushrooms and like and it eats the mushroom, and it like backs up.
Hannibal.
It's mad at you for picking all its mushrooms. It does this thing like, what am I gonna do now?
All right, I'm gonna toss another mushroom at its feet as a like olive branch.
And it grumpily like takes the mushroom and eats it. And you, if you want, you can like have a moment with this mushroom and bond it.
Yeah, I want to bond with the mushroom.
All right, you have a new companion.
Hey guys, look what I
Trying
found.
to find out with a new mushroom. It's eating a smaller mushroom. So you share a bittersweet glance with the cave leech up above you, and it blinks with its cold black eyes, and you know it's like it's a little hurt, but it's also like happy for you. It'll be okay. It belongs here.
Unbelievable.
If you're going forward, you have two options really. You've got this the rest of the burrow to explore and try and exit through, or whatever this is. Naidaadi, you were swimming down to investigate the uh, uh,
The
cloud.
ink cloud, yes.
All right. Make a perception check first with disadvantage.
5.
I'll make a strength check. Strength saving throw.
15.
I just noticed the music isn't working, is it?
I hear it.
Oh, it is. It's just really quiet. I turned it. 15. That's pretty good. You realize a little too late that the reason that the ink is coming over is like bunched up over here is because it's being pulled by an underwater current.
Oh.
The water is pooling in this cave, and the weight of the water is pushing it down into a smaller exit, which means that the pressure is pretty high. So you are suddenly, when you get close enough, pulled towards this underwater hole. But with a 15, you are able to brace yourself against the edges of it. You're still being pulled by it, but you don't go through it immediately. What do you do?
I'll just
No one sees this
swim against it and try to stay afloat.
Can make
And
it.
I'm gonna try to make for the edge, something like right,
Alright.
there or something.
That would be an athletics check
All
to
right.
swim against the current.
I'm good at athletics.
It's a 10. That's not enough. You don't lose ground, but you're still underwater and you're exerting yourself. Make a constitution saving throw to continue to hold your breath while you're doing this.
Yep.
That is no good. Your lungs start to ache immediately. You need air, but you can't swim out. I think this is a wisdom saving throw. This is regular sanity. It's pretty horrible.
I can sanity that.
Okay, that's good. You keep your cool. You keep your wits about you. Malthar, you might be concerned because you saw Naidaadi swim down to this ink cloud and go into the ink cloud, but that's all you saw.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm going to move over this way. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Is it obvious that he's in trouble, or from the surface I can't tell?
You can't see him.
Okay.
He's in an ink cloud.
Yeah, right. Oh, man. Um, I'll use bonus action to dash, and he's in cloud to be.
You're worrying about metagaming. It is concerning that he's swung into an incline. You can't save anyway.
Would there be bubbles from his breath?
Make a perception check. You didn't specifically have a light source. Do you think you would have a light source at this point? Or would you be relying
I
on
was-
someone else's?
I came over this area to look for my arrow, so maybe.
Okay, yeah, you would have a light source. Okay, so you have a torch. It's not a disadvantage. It's a 10. No. There's ripples, but they could be from when you swam down. You're starting to get concerned, like, what did he do that? Where's he going? What's he doing? There's no arrows down there. And then you're like looking at the ink cloud. You could make a straight intelligence check. I think a nature check would make sense for this. If you have another check for Malthar to comprehend specifically both why the ink is in that area and what that means for Naidaadi. Because I think it's reasonable that he could put those together. But,
Nah,
but
nature makes sense. Nature. 20.
it hits you that like, oh, you realize what has probably happened.
All right.
You think he might already be gone.
Oof. Okay. Boy. I'll shout out to everybody else that Daddy might be in trouble, and
You're all like,
I have.
I can't imagine how frustrating that would be if I was in this situation. Everything is just settled down.
Yeah, I know.
I don't even what?
My daddy might be in trouble. Can I tie off a rope to a rock on shore and then kind of dive in after Naidaadi?
Don't think there's any good rock. I don't even think. I don't think I investigate. There's no rocks to tie it to here. It's all pretty slick
All right.
and
I'll
smooth.
hold on to one end of the rope and then fling the rest of it down out into the
All right.
water.
All right. Make a survival check to like position yourself because I think this makes sense for survival. I know you're good at survival.
Sure.
To like this is like lifeguard stuff. You know, you want to make sure you've got stable footing or whatever.
Yeah.
And
13.
okay. You at least think
right?
you do have a light source. There's enough flat ground over here, just barely, that you could set it down.
Yeah, back against the wall.
Okay, so I can see what's happening, so I'm gonna
Yes.
come over and also hold the rope, I guess.
We're in initiative here now, so or at least not initiative, but like you can't just move all that way. I don't think without considering how long that's gonna take. So it's 30 to get there,
So
and
if
then I
I
guess
dash.
yeah, if you're doing it quickly, you're dashing over a waterfall, so that's gonna be something.
Oh, right. I didn't realize that was.
So from here, you can see that, like, you watched Malthar kind of slowly climb around here very carefully, and he's very like nimble, so he was able to do that, but it wasn't quick. What would you like to do?
Okay, well then I'm gonna get to the edge of the waterfall,
Mhm.
and then I'm gonna use shape water to freeze a kind of bridge over it.
Ooh,
Mm.
awesome.
Mm.
Yeah, you can definitely do that.
But I can't move across it in the same action, so
Yep.
that'll be ready for my next turn.
All right. Jeb, I think you came out with your mushroom. Your shroomin is what I call
Sherman. We're just shrooming around.
it. Daniel's character in Against the Call of the Reptile God had a couple shroomin for a while.
Oh, that's right.
I can't find my shroomin token. Damn. It's okay. We use the trigger. Naidaadi, what are you doing? You're still at the bottom here. Are you gonna try to swim away again?
Can I do a perception to see how big the hole is that I'm being sucked
No.
into? No, okay.
Can't see.
The curious part of me wants to just go for a ride, see where it goes. But I think I'm going to swim against it again, try to get back to the surface.
Tell me what it is. Somehow I think that you
Go athletics again. 24.
24. That's good. You push against it and swim out to the side rather than straight up, and manage to pull yourself against some like thin vegetation at the bottom of this water, and eventually you find something thicker that like you can really hold on to. And at first it gives, but you realize, oh, that's a rope, and you pull it more, and you're able to climb up the rope with Malthar.
I should be contested against
That
Malthar.
could have been a character death. You could have instantly died there.
Yeah.
You got really close. That was the possibly the more dangerous than the fight with the bug is the situation we were just in. You were genuinely one failed athletics from dying.
Wow. Okay.
What would you like to do?
Hey, Daddy, we almost lost you. You can't go off on your own like that, bud.
Yeah, you're right. I think I'll just stick with you for a little while.
I'll elaborate more on what would have happened if you'd gone down there after the session. But
All right.
all of you, what would you like to do?
I mean, I guess we'll head down this
I like that. Yep.
corridor,
Alright.
right? It's the only thing to go down.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's fine with me.
Continue through the burrow.
I'm gonna test out.
You know that if this is the
Oolon's
same,
ice bridge, that'd be cool.
yeah, you can go across the ice bridge. It's a little treacherous. It like cracks a little when you step on it. Pick your way across. He knows to make it like you make it with little spikes, so it's got some grip. And then it quickly breaks after you get to the other side. You wade up the river this way, slowly, keeping your legs far apart so you have you'll fall backwards, which you did. No, you know what? You're going, it's even worse because you're going with the current. So you really have to like hold on to the side, but you get up on land. Continue down the burrows. You know, Ropert, that if these are the same tunnels and if that was the same beast, then this system of burrows should empty out into the purple worm tunnel. And eventually it does.
Nice.
You get to a point where there's a rock scramble to get down. I assume at this point, if this was in the middle of a day of travel, I would have you do checks to not like take little bits of damage. I assume at like 1 HP, you guys are going as slow as possible so that that's not necessary. Get to the bottom of the rock scramble, and you're in a immediately like the acoustics are different. You can hear distant like rocks shifting. You hear long, drawn out hisses and sliding of stone, and just every noise that's made down this tunnel is stretched and echoed into a constant kind of gentle hiss, like listening to a shell. It's a big like 40-foot diameter tunnel. It has like parts of the ceiling have like collapsed inwards, so there's big piles of rocks down the middle, almost like mountains, but like 10 or 20 feet high at most. There's parts where the ground is kind of collapsed inward, the walls, it's uneven, but looking at it as a whole, it's a pretty smooth, pristine, cylindrical tunnel that just goes in either direction as far as to the end of your dark vision, and presumably beyond. And there's little bits of that luminescent fungus that doesn't illuminate the area, but it just shows you where the walls are. And you can see it continues on and on and on and on, and slowly curves. And a little ways down, you can see, you hear running water a little closer. You can see down the side of the wall, the river empties out into this tunnel. And it continues winding down the center of the tunnel, off in a direction. I can't say to the west because you don't know. Yeah, and you need to make it. It's been a rough day.
Does it look like a tunnel that's fairly uninhabited, i.e., safe to rest in?
Make
a
survival check, and one other person can make the check.
I think I have decent survival.
17. There are a lot of tracks. This is pretty heavily traversed. You see big tracks, you see little tracks, which is good and bad. Ideally you would want nothing coming through, but clearly a lot of things. There's not like a pile of bones here. Things come and go. It's not like that. The last tunnel you were in, that's a place where things go to die. This is a road, or it functions as a road.
I'd say let's follow it. See where it leads.
Sure.
Can we tell what kind of tracks?
$17. I'll give you a couple. No Umber Hulks. It's not here. You see what look like some kind of dog, like a coyote, or more likely an underdog, a goblin dog. You see rat prints You see some kind of large two-legged thing that walks on its knuckles, and at first you immediately think of the Umber Hulk, but it has toes. It's not like the Umber Hulk's feet ended in, like a bug foot. I don't know how to describe it. It didn't have like 5 toes. This thing has toes and a heel, and there's fur that sweeps the dirt around it. Some large furry thing, kind of like a gorilla. Yeah. And normally you would have no idea which way to go. Actually, right now you don't have a way to go. You don't know which way to go. You know where the tunnels are, and you know where the river exits now. But Roper would be the one that would know which way to go. And Roper, you know that the way down to your city is between the burrows and the river. The river's moved. So you know where the burrow is, but you don't know which way the city is, which way the river is.
Okay.
But you're also very tired.
I mean, if we've come out of a cross tunnel, just a intersection, we can go that way or we can go this way. We could just flip a coin.
Should we take a short rest before deciding which way to go?
That might be a good idea.
Feels a little
Say
vulnerable, though.
you say that with like blood in your mouth. That's a good idea.
Can you remind us of the short rest mechanics? Is there something special about?
Nothing special about it. You just can't take, infinite short rests, which is kind of what I assume anyway.
Oh.
Can't take infinite short rests between long rests. I never really allowed that anyway, but it was more organic. The only important part of that house rule is that you don't regain full health on a long rest. All right. For a short rest, we'll still roll for a random encounter, but it'll be like basically disadvantage. So you'd have to roll. It's very unlikely. You have to roll a 6 twice. So I'll let you guys roll it. First of all, who wants to do the perception check?
No, I will do it.
All right. Perception check, and also roll 2d6. Right.
7 and 7. Malthar must have been sleeping.
Uneventful. You do at one point see you hear something quietly walking down the tunnel, and you start, and then you kind of watch with your dark vision. You see something four-legged walking along, sniffing in the ground, and it like looks up at you, and it kind of like quickly starts walking away. It's a dog. You like lock dark vision eyes so you can see the glow in the back of its eyes. It's dark vision.
Was it one of those underdogs?
You get wild shapes back on a short rest.
Yes. Yes and yes. It was a goblin dog. It's a conjure dog.
So before the short rest, then I'm gonna use my second wild shape for chalice form, and we're gonna do healing.
Oh yeah. So yeah, you guys can roll hit dice, but you might want to check this out first. So you're healing yourself. Oh.
Yeah, I'm healing myself.
Never-
first. Roll the damage? Yes. Okay.
Okay. Are you guys making a fire to cook? You cooking up some mushrooms?
Yeah, sure.
Alright. All your tinder boxes are wet, but it doesn't matter because Oolon can make fire with his hands. You gather up some dry vegetation from like up on the wall, itch up on the wall and get some little dry shrubs that are poking out of the stone. The ground is slightly wet. You make a little fire. So yeah, a couple other like goblin dogs, like a small pack of them, do come around and start like looking at you and sniffing at what you're doing. You can pretty easily like shoo them away. And like with you have a beastmaster with you, you can definitely tell them to fuck off. They'll listen.
So that's
You could even throw them a scrap if you
9
want.
points of healing.
They won't keep bothering you. To yourself.
No, that's extra. So there's an extra 9 points of healing for just someone. Whoever needs 9 points.
Who wants it? And I know Naidaadi and Malthar are both pretty bad.
I don't know. Naidaadi, the only healing you got was when I woke you up with healing word earlier, I guess, right?
And Naidaadi is your melee guess. It's the only consideration I can think of. That would make a difference between the two. Unless one of them's got more hit dice or something.
I've got all my hit dice. All 4.
Cool.
And it will pretty much get me back up to full if I roll perfectly.
So who gets the 9?
I'll let Malthar have it if he wants it.
Malthar. You got nine health. 9 more. When you start putting the mushrooms in, your mushrooms like grabs them and eats them. Like, what are you doing? What are you doing? He doesn't want cooked mushrooms, so he'll take his mushrooms raw.
Oh yeah, that reminds me. Good berries do return 1 hit point each, and I do have extras of those. But we can also just eat good berries, I guess.
You can put good berries on your mushroom stew. Oh.
I have 50 good berries right now, so that's
Hmm.
50 points of healing, I guess, if we want to do it that way.
Can I get a nature check from Oolon and Malthar? Or survival. I should have said that earlier. Sorry. 16 is good though. With the 16, you've been relying on the like crystal clear, perfectly clean river water that's been like filtered through the stone. This water is not quite as clean now that it's gone through those burrows.
Okay, so I have a question. Can I use shape water to filter it?
Use shape water to help filter it.
Okay.
The spell
But I
doesn't
know that
filter.
that's not enough.
The spell doesn't filter water.
Right.
It can help moving water if you have a filter.
Yeah. How much do I know about how to filter water?
That's a survival check.
will I, if I fail the survival check, will I know that the water is not good to drink, or will I get sick from it?
You already didn't know. Oh no, you already knew that the water wasn't good to drink with the 16. The survival check is just to like, do you know how to filter? You already know that it's not that it may or may not be safe to drink.
Okay.
Now you're dealing with like mountain water, but like at the bottom of the mountain. So there might be some dead goats in it upstream. Or, you know, hundreds of bones, like the ones that you just walk past.
Yeah. Okay, that's cool. No, I don't want to risk getting sick. I'll just kind of spell slot and create water.
And one more, as you're like, because I think over the course of like being down here, you've been trying to remember like both of you, Oolon and Malthar, have probably been talking and like trying to remember like what are some tricks that people use to survive on, you know, spelunking, navigating in the dark. You could make survival checks, and I would let Jeb make one too. This is a collaborative thing. Survival.
Oops.
Oh, oops.
So
Yeah.
just reroll. I don't feel like doing the math right now.
Wow.
2 17s. Okay. hmm. Two things, and the first one's pretty obvious. There's two things. I don't have anything perfect for you with that, but I have two things. One that's pretty obvious, and one that's not very helpful. The obvious one is that you want to be careful with your light. You know, you need it to see, but light is precious down here, and it can be dangerous. So that's the obvious. The less helpful one, I think you were thinking about water breathing, because Oolon, you know you have a spell called water breathing. Maybe not yet, but like, oh, you don't have a spell called water breathing. Isn't that a third level spell?
I don't know.
Whatever.
I don't remember
You-
seeing it from the list.
You know there is a druidic magic that allows people to breathe water, and you know that like people who have dove deep like in the water, in like underwater cave systems and the ocean, not only does water breathing allow you to breathe underwater, but it allows your body to adjust to different altitudes. And it crosses your mind because like the air is very like thick down here. It's not to the point where you're getting any symptoms of like altitude sickness. I think the altitude sickness is different when you go down. It's like probably not as bad, and it's just different. But like there are symptoms from like being at a much lower altitude than you're used to, and you're feeling a little bit, but it's not any like statistical disadvantages. It's just a mild discomfort that only comes up every once in a while. Like you've got like a mild headache, and I think you connect it with that, and then you remember, oh, you know, there is a spell that helps with that, but I don't have it. So that's the non-useful. Let's see what level water breathing is.
Oh yeah, I just found it. It is third level.
Yeah, you don't have that one. But you know that is a spell that people. Another spell that people bring into the Underdark that's pretty obvious is Dark Vision. So there's a couple like consensus spells that are like, if you go into the Underdark, but you know, make sure you bring these. And water breathing is kind of an unorthodox one. It's almost more like a comfort, it's not actually that helpful, but it'll get rid of your altitude headaches. The next day, oh no, it was a short rest. So yeah, you got a short rest. What would you like to do? You said you were going to try and search for the way down. Okay. What do you want to do to do that?
How far was it to the river? From right here?
It was not far. The old river?
The one we just came from. Just the lake, let's say the lake.
It was like half an hour.
Okay. My idea is to hike back up to the river's edge, get a container of water, and just see where it flows. Like which direction, if we just were to pour it into the floor of the tunnel.
Oh. Well, I'll say the water does empty out into the tunnel. The new river, because the river redirected through the burrows.
Right.
And it does exit in a new place, and it flows in one direction, so you can tell the direction that it goes in. Just very slightly down and up.
Okay. So we're okay then. We don't have to hike another mile to do this test.
Ropert, do your people mark tunnels with markings or something that we could be looking for?
Sometimes.
How long would it have been, where they might be worn away?
That's true, yeah.
We can look for it, and then I can interpret it.
They did leave markers, and you have been using them occasionally. That's a good thought, because I actually didn't think of that before, but they definitely would have, and I think you've probably been using them. They were pretty faint by now, especially near the river. They were often filled with gunk, any scratches on the stone would immediately be an anchor for new fungal growth. So they were hard to spot sometimes, and you think they'll probably be hard to spot here, but they would have left markers in this tunnel.
Okay, so should I do an investigation check to see if I can find any?
Yep, you could do an investigation check, or if you're any better at it, you could do history,
Well, let me see.
perception, or it's up to you if you want to do investigation, perception, history,
I'll
even
do
survival.
perception. If it's survival, I'm really good at that.
Do survival.
Okay.
I'm going to give you something because this is
19.
19. You see a marker on the burrow that is a warning. That it says a simple draconic marker that says beware, essentially. And Naidaadi points out the water is going down this way, and you remember that the old river, it flowed towards where you it was flowing away from where you it was flowing away from the burrow. So there's burrow, river, and then city in the middle, and the river is moving away from everything. This new river is here. It's going this way. So you know which direction the city is. based on those things. Putting that all together.
Oh yeah.
Follow the river. Eventually, you find the vertical chasm that you remember climbing up to get to this tunnel. The river is now pouring down that chasm. It's a waterfall.
I have ropes.
Further ahead, you can see the old riverbed. You have all kinds of ropes.
So, is there maybe like a rock or something around that looks sturdy that I can tie something to?
There's a lot of rocks, and any individual rock is probably not going to be good, but you can find like a large pile of boulders and like loop. You have some, I mean, it depends on how much rope you want to use. You could make a very secure hold here using an entire 50-foot length of rope just to like loop around this boulder and tie it up and create just like a solid anchor. Nothing is gonna knock it loose. So you could use a length of 50-foot rope to make a like perfectly solid anchor here. That would like lead. It would extend from the anchor to the edge of the chasm. And you could tie another rope to that if you.
Yeah, I'm fine with that.
If you
Let's
want
do
to save
that.
yourself some rope.
Sure.
Okay. If you wanted to save yourself from some rope, it would be a survival check on your part to try and make a good hold. But this is for free. You can just use the rope to do a perfect hold. You also, with your feet, the next length of rope, you go ahead and knot it real quick, make it easier to climb. And you can do that with like minimal loss of length. You'll lose some length, but you know that you can tie a knot at the top where you'll be able to get back. Is like your you know, this was your main skill, your main contribution to the group when you were with them, the Cobalt caravan. So you knot a length of rope. You have 3 lengths of rope.
I have 150 feet.
150 feet. Okay. So this is a 50-foot chasm. And if you knot your rope and you knot another rope, you tie them together. You tie one to the anchor. You throw it down. You know that'll reach the bottom. With some rope just go.
I do that.
All right.
Ropert, we would be so lost without you. Thank you for your contributions.
We'll get you
Well-
another length of rope when we
You
find
can
it.
have my length of rope too.
Wow, it's like Christmas. Everybody's giving me rope. Or Cobaldness, or whatever it is we celebrate.
Goodness.
Ropert, you're very easy to purchase for.
Under Christmas. All right. So no checks to climb down the rope. It's a nice knotted rope. It's a little like you have to. There's a very narrow spot where you can climb down at the edge of the waterfall that isn't as dangerous, but you can slowly go down. The mushroom has some trouble, but you can help it out. You might have to make a harness for the mushroom.
I have to what?
Make a harness for the mushroom.
Oh, okay. That's cute.
But you get everyone down.
Halfway down, I wonder what can we see, even with dark vision.
Yeah. So the this chasm is like at its widest, like 10 feet wide. It's not super wide. It's very uneven. It looks like big boulders were loosed from it. Ropert explains. There's like a landslide that did it out, and you can see down below you the rubble of the landslide caused by the worm digging this tunnel. And at the bottom, the rubble that used to be a big rock scramble that they had to climb up is now like the rapid river flowing down through it. It's a new river, so but eventually it'll sort itself out. But right now it's really just water dumping out onto a pile of rocks.
Yeah.
You make it to the bottom. You can all land on the top of a boulder, and you're surrounded by rushing water.
Russian water? You mean like vodka?
What would you like to do? The old landslide that you used to be able to just scramble up is now a series of large rocks poking out of fast-moving water between them. And you're immediately when you get to the bottom of this, you can see you're in a much larger chamber. You're no longer in a tunnel system. You're at the edge of a much larger cave system. You've exited the shallows, and you have reached the Mesogrot cave system.
Do we know which direction we're going?
Ropert does. I mean, right now you're going downhill away from the waterfall. But it's clearly treacherous. The water is very fast. It's splashing. It's, yeah.
I mean, can I just continue to try to make ice bridges?
Yeah. You can,
So they can be up to 10 feet long.
up to 10 feet long. All right. Honestly, that's just a really great. I'll skip the checks. That's really good. You can make it to the bottom of the scramble, and the river doesn't continue. It doesn't leave here. You don't see the river like flowing anywhere else. It ends somewhere at the bottom of that pile of rocks and continues down. So, where the river goes down a different way that you can't go or that you don't want to go because it's and Ropert leads you a couple hours downhill. Ceiling disappears above you very slowly. It gets higher and higher until your dark vision can't spot it.
I start to brood again, thinking, oh gosh, I hope we don't have to come back up this way. It's going to be 4 times as hard. As we're like
And
shimmying down.
with the ceiling as high as it is and the little patches of moss that are glowing out there, it does kind of look like stars. And eventually you get to the old road, which is a long, I mean, very, like, I'm not good at spatial, I don't know how long it's long, but it's like really, really long. It's like a Roman road, that snakes down through the Underdark, farther than the kobolds have explored. And it's been there a long, long time. It's not like a paved road. It's kind of like the worm tunnel, almost. It's just like an area that has been cleared of obstructions, and it's a known, like, you can get through here. There's areas where it kind of is paved, like clearly the stone has been laid down, but it's always like, it's never like stone tiles. It's smooth stone that has like appeared there, like it was natural there, but it's known to be like a road that continues down, like sort of a spiral. It's not a perfect spiral. It like extends out this way a little bit and keeps going down. But it's like a massive spiral staircase that goes through layers of the Underdark and connects different cave systems. Roper can do a history check, and only Roper.
Alright. 20.
20.
Wow.
You know that the kobolds don't know who built the road.
Okay.
But that's something that you know. It's not that you don't know who built the road. It's that you couldn't know who built the road. That's what you not with the education you were given.
Sure.
Is there an
But
Underdark
you know that
equivalent
there
of
are
Romans?
what the hell?
Is there an Underdark
Oh, I just
equivalent
got.
of?
Sorry, I got a video game just now. Somebody gave me a video game. Somebody gave me Slime Rancher 2,
hell?
which is great. It's very the hell. You making fun of me?
Yes.
Come on, man. Okay. Um. You go a day's travel on the old road. If you're making camp, who's going to do the perception?
Does Ropert know this part of the road to like know where a good spot to make camp is?
Roper can make a survival check.
Let Robert make a survival check.
I'll do the
Go ahead,
perception.
15.
15. Off the road. You probably don't want to camp on the road. I think the thing that immediately, the biggest thing, like, there's, lots of things travel the road. Monsters travel the road. The most dangerous thing that travels these roads are elves. You don't fuck with the elves.
Okay.
You can trade with the elves sometimes. Like, sometimes you do trade with them. They're great to trade with. But don't, it's always a risk. The drow, to be clear.
Oh, I was just going to ask, what kind of elves are we talking about? But that makes sense. Okay.
Dwarves are grouchy. Quaggoths are pretty grouchy. They might eat you. The dwarves, the dwarves will yell at you. The elves will. The elves are slavers, and they're the closest this road has to like a patrol, keeping it safe. But like, they'll kill the monsters, and they'll take you away. You don't fuck with the elves. So if you see elves, just let them, don't run from them. That's what you know to do. If you see the elves passing, like nod and hope they don't talk to you.
Maybe the elves built the road.
With the 20, you know the elves built the road.
Oh, no, they didn't build the road.
Yeah. So lots of people assume the elves built the road, but they didn't. And I think with a 20 history, just knowledge of these roads, they come from a city farther down on the edge, like the lower edge of the Mezigrat, called Menzo Barazan.
Menzo Barazan.
Yeah. So a famous city of the Drow. Both beautiful and, many people hope to one day see it, and many people hope they never do.
I didn't mean to do that.
But you're not going to Menzo Barazan. Oh shit! I left protocol. You're not going to Menzo Barazan. You are going to. Favennozionir. What is my roll to God? Roll 20 is it's usually Friday nights are the only nights when roll 20 is difficult with me. But tonight it's pretty bad. And eventually you know exactly where you are. You know, off the road this way, and most of the way into your second day of travel on the road. I almost didn't roll the random encounters. So
Oh darn.
for your rest, Naidaadi, roll a 1d6. Two.
What
And
happens on
for
a 2?
the second day, no. For the last day of travel on the road, roll a 1d6. Okay. Now you need to roll, because that is something. Roll a 1d8. 6. You're camping off the road. And at night, what was your perception?
7.
7. You're camping in a sort of a bowl that like you're like, oh, we can see the road, but we have a little cover from the road. That was, Ropert spotted it. It was like, that's a good spot. You can just barely see a dim, kind of slightly bluish light slowly moving along the road. And another one a couple feet behind it. And another one a couple feet behind it. We're just slowly moving across the road. What do you do?
I watch it for a
Oh,
while.
wait 1 sec.
Okay.
You make another perception check if you
I
climb
am.
to the top of the bowl.
Yeah, I am curious about them more than I'm stressing out. 20.
20. You see 3 large, they look always like crocodiles, but they're like more muscular, and their legs are like below them more than they are to the side. 3 like large lizard things with long tails, and each one is ridden by something. And they have each one floating above them has a little blue orb. And they just
Do the orbs look
make their way.
alive in any way, or are they just typical light
No,
sources?
they're just floating magical orbs.
Okay.
You're not a spellcaster, so you can make an Arcana check if you want to identify it.
No, I'm not too good at
Looks like
this.
magic though. Could be some kind of item.
Yeah. All right.
But, They each have an sort of level.
Crocodiles. Would crocodiles know Draconic? Or,
Crocodiles.
I
You
guess,
don't exactly look like crocodiles.
right. I'm gonna wake at least Ropert up. Maybe the others, but Ropert specifically, I'm going down to wake up just so he can take a look, see if he can figure out, or give us
Make a
some.
perception check, Robert.
Make
You can
a
see the
perception
lights.
check.
Yeah. See the lights.
16.
16. They're giant lizards, which are, not an uncommon mount down here. They're not the best, but they're kind of a jack of all trades. They can swim, they can climb a little. not very fast, but they're good on various terrain, and they're somewhat agreeable, trainable. Um, they're really like kind of not the best at anything particularly, but so they're not uncommon mounts. You know, the elves use them, the dwarves use them. Um, as for the people on the lizards, can't really say them from here. The orbs are casting dim light, though. That's the only thing you can tell for sure. And they're moving past you now and heading up the road where you came from.
Okay. I'm tempted to go just leave well enough alone.
All right. Yeah, and the next day you reach point of the road where you leave the old road and head down a pretty narrow tunnel. It looks like a pretty unassuming burrow, but it's meant to. All of you have to, except for Ropert, have to like duck down over several rocks that stick down. You have to squeeze through a portion. It's quite small, and you emerge in Favennozionir.
Did it.
You did it.
You'd see
Oh, I forgot something back there. We gotta go all the way back.
No.
big torches burning with they're large, but the light they put out is fairly dim. They're clearly magical. The mushrooms aren't as colorful as they appear on the map, but there are lots of like mushroom groves that you can see in various places. And as you enter, like you can see up here, there's you can see a kobold up there that like as you walk down this way, shouts out, and is like, "Hi there, morning" in Draconic, essentially, which only two of you. He's essentially saying, "Good morning, how are you?" in Draconic, which two of you understand.
I'm gonna say to the other ones, oh my god, he said we gotta get out of here.
I'll glare.
Oh, he spots like how big everyone is. He talks to someone behind him. Do you see anything?
I'll wave back.
What's this?
Oh. It's what?
Who of you? Oh my god. Is that Ropert? Someone else over here. Who you know is one of the Favin guard. The city doesn't have like a city guard, but it's like rangers that are trained and kind of function as a city guard de facto. And you recognize him because it's an old friend of yours.
Aimed.
He's a guard. He's a Favin guard now.
Aimed.
Named. I have. Why did I not? God, I really set myself up for. I got it. You're right. This is the part I gotta do first.
Scrundle?
It's Scrundle.
Oh. I didn't recognize you with your mustache.
Over. Oh my God! Well, what are you doing here?
Oh, you know, just roping around.
Who the hell are these big guys?
My parents.
What? Oh my god, what happened to you out there? This
What
is,
happened to you in here? That mustache looks like shit, dude.
I can't grow hair.
So it's
It's
painted on.
impossible.
Oh, sorry. You've got something on your upper lip then, I guess. I think it's a caterpillar.
It's a curse.
It's mold. It's an infection.
Oh, no wonder it looks like shit.
Yeah, it smells really bad. It's right under my nose. This is big, man. You gotta talk to the.
That's huge. Look at it.
He'll
Gonna talk to who?
lead. We gotta talk to the Dragon Lord. What happened up there?
Everything collapsed. Sort of.
There's like a small crowd gathering around you, and it's like so surreal, Roper, to be like surrounded by kobolds again in this place. It's like you are in like a daze being back here. They lead you past the gatehouse, no questions asked. Well, lots of questions asked actually, but as you're walking, you're just berated by questions, and they're leading you all the way to the Dragon Lord Regent. What are you all? So this place is pretty small. Like the houses are small. The gatehouse, you all have to like everyone but Ropert has to duck down through it. Very uncomfortable. You come out the other side. The walkways are like wide enough for you guys to go, 2 by 2. The big people, but like none of the kobolds will walk around you while you're going because it's like to them it feels like you're taking up the entire road. You're not like that much bigger than them, but and people are all over Naidaadi because you can like talk, you can speak Draconic, and you're like a big dragonborn, so people are asking you like, what happened? Are you the dragon? One of them asks.
No.
Which dragon?
Oh no. We're like you.
Why is he down here? Why'd they bring the dragon back? Is there a new dragon? And people are like, shh, don't say that.
I mean,
And there's like clearly a bunch of like,
yes, I am the dragon.
Guy's a dragon. Look at him.
I'll even spit off a bit of like acid breath.
whoa. And they take you over the bridge.
Do we
over
still have the
another bridge.
wheelbarrow?
Do you have the wheel? Did you fish it out of the water?
I was gonna
Did
say
you lower it
dragon
down
back.
the? Did you lower it down the chasm? You fish it out of the water, lower it down the chasm.
Probably not.
It would have been helpful to carry your. Oh, what's so loud? If you want to have the wheelbarrow, you could still have the wheelbarrow.
Nah, I don't think it's that useful.
Manny, it's your wheelbarrow. Do you want the wheelbarrow?
It was falling apart.
Okay.
We'll just get
That
another
old
one.
thing. All right. So
Ropert
across 3
first.
bridges,
I'll turn and say,
and you're brought. Go on.
I'll say, Ropert, first thing we'll do after we get settled in is we'll get you a new wheelbarrow. Go to the wheelbarrow store.
Hey,
You're
Guys.
brought into
really know how to treat a man.
a hall lit by firelight, a couple like fires at the walls, fireplaces that light this place that are are always burning. All the fires that are lighting this place up are magical. They don't produce much heat. you're brought before the Worm Lord Regent. I said dragon before, it's the Worm Lord Regent.
Wormy, baby. How long has it been?
Wormy. People do call him Wormy. That's a nickname. It's not, decorum, but you're like an honored returning. It is Wormlord Regent Neurixian, um, who welcomes you and sits you all down. They have an impromptu feast in the hall, and you are all sat down in. I mean, there's no chairs for the rest of you. You have to like kneel at the table. Um, but they set out a feast, and it sounds like I'm skipping over stuff, like this is all happening very fast, but it is happening very fast for you guys. It feels like all of a sudden you're in this hall, you're being given a feast, and the Wormlord Regent, who is a an older like kobold with kind of like some flaky scales, but he's like pretty clean still. He's got robes. He's got like a faint gold tint to his scales. Um, and he'll ask, Ropert, you must tell me everything. Tell me of the journey. Tell me what befell the Citadel. Why are you the only one here, and who are they?
Well, these are. They were very helpful during. Basically, the Citadel fell, collapsed.
No.
Big fire.
Whispers, rumors.
Big fire, big dragon that is dead now, I think.
No.
How
did the dragon fall?
Collapsed. Shit collapsed on it. A bunch of roof of the.
How did this happen? You.
It was all due to this guy named Jeb. Not me.
Goblins.
This other guy named Jeb. No. Yeah.
Jebediah Jeb?
Plant. Jeb Plantman, whatever his name was, I don't remember.
No relation. What's that? What's that?
Let's all have a hand for Jeb Bush. Everyone, please clap.
What? No, wait. Is this the one that killed our dragon?
Well, he also was killed in the collapse. He was a good guy.
Indeed, he was.
Let's all give him a hand, guys.
There's no clapping on the table.
Except for the four of us.
But yeah, the goblins. There was a war with a battle with the goblins. The kobold faction. There was a goblin faction. We clashed. It blew up. I'm, as far as I know, the only survivor of our race. Also, as far as I know, the only survivor of I think all the goblins are probably dead too, so that's plus, sort of a Pyrrhic victory. We got these guys now, and they were super nice.
Everyone can make an insight check. It's not just the Worm Lord and you guys. There's other kobolds here in like noble attire. Roper, you're truly just telling the story honestly, like as you remember it. But I think everyone else, especially Naidaadi, can tell, because Naidaadi can understand Draconic. You can hear everyone is still hung up on this dragon. Like, it's a good guy. Wait, the dragon died, and they're like really hung up on this, and it's very clear to you that like, oh, they were obviously. Ropert even told you that like he was sent there to bring the dragon to the Citadel, and now he's like telling this very confusing story involving somebody else named Jeb, and that hasn't even been completely absorbed by the audience. They still, a lot of them still think that you're talking about the Cobalt Jeb, who you brought with you, and your name is Jeb. You're of House Jeb, and so this is like very like the people are like really like talking. Like, what does this mean? He's bragging about that? No, that can't be it. That's ridiculous. He would say that. Um, and like people are going back and forth,
Shouldn't
and
have
spiraling.
said that Jeb killed the dragon.
Rumors are the murmuring is going out of control. And the Worm Lord kind of like
Literally killed
laughs.
the dragon. That's not
and
even
says-
really true.
And you say that you're like, oh, that's not even. We can talk about those details later.
Let me be clear. What killed the dragon was the collapse of the Citadel, which was not Jeb's fault. I really feel like I'm painting this guy in a bad light. I really shouldn't speak ill of the dead. Rest in peace, Jeb. I can tell
A
you.
couple people are on board with you and are saying that rest in peace, Jeb, but they're equally like oblivious. They don't even really understand the story. They're just like, wow, this is amazing. There's like a feast. Suddenly there's a feast. They're just eating their food. But I don't understand why you fought with the goblins and all of you were lost and you were the only survivor?
Yeah, that's the long and the short of it.
And you were... And what about these? Your companions?
Well, I mean, they were survivors too. I'm saying I was the only survivor of the kobolds.
Well, that is
We
sad.
as a collective are the only survivors. Well, there was one other. He got blew up by a book.
And this was...
Jeb. The other one.
Tell me about the journey. And you tell him about the journey. He like the Worm Lord redirects you away from the conversation about the Citadel at all. Which like you can tell most of the other kobolds at the table are very much hung up on that, and they're still talking about it. But the Worm Lord is not going to press you on that anymore. But you have your feast. He asks you he asks you guys like what your names are.
Everyone says Jeb, and you just.
Do you have any questions for the Worm Lord? Worm Lord
It's
reaches.
hanging, dude.
Oh, you know it's hanging.
See this fucking disgusting, moldy mustache this guy has on his face over here?
You know he's not the only one. The air has been very moist this past season, and it's been a problem. Not really sure how to treat that other than to just sort of stay dry. But once it's in there, you really gotta. We're trying to. The druids are working on
Vaseline
it.
on it, maybe.
The druids are working on it.
As an aside, Ian, did we ever determine why the kobolds and the goblins were actually fighting? Were they just competing for territory?
Mostly. It was a lot of like. So the kobolds were led, that group of kobolds were led by Udrael, who is a high priest of the cult of Ashartalon. And they were given this dragon egg to take to, and this is something that comes up late in the story that you're telling of the expedition. They were given the egg to take to the Citadel, which was said to be like very close to the surface. This is a winged dragon, and it's also a chromatic dragon, which was the one that doesn't go into detail, but like that's an important point in some way that he won't explain right now. Um, um, and it was taken to the Citadel to like rule the Citadel and become eventually, like 1,000 years maybe, it could have been a great city of dragons and like kobolds and stuff. But obviously that didn't happen. But he says he's very glad to have you here so you can tell their story and find out what went wrong. And the Worm Lord, invites you to stay in the palace. And he would like to speak with you more and have you speak with some of his advisors in more detail.
Does the regent speak common, or does he only speak for common?
Speaks Undercommon.
Okay.
He does have a translator in house who does speak fluent Common over Common. But yeah, basically everyone here speaks Draconic and Undercommon. And some speak a bit of Common, a bit of Dwarvish, a bit of Elvish, a bit of Gnomish. And there is a gnome here at the table. There's like a gray-skinned gnome wearing sort of like a green fancy vest. Yeah. But yeah, you're invited to stay in the palace. Another insight check. Just like ending the feast.
For everyone.
Everyone. There are going to be some wild rumors coming out of this hall tonight, and it seems like for Malthar and Malthar, you're the only one who like reads into this in detail, but like you think at least you can see how from the Worm Lord's perspective it might be nice to keep you in the palace because. Maybe even for your own sake, like a lot of information has just been spilled here that is very confusing and possibly concerning, and people are going to blow it out of proportion. And he wants to nip that in the bud, right, and keep you here. Yeah. But he's not going to imprison you. You have rooms at the palace that you can stay at, and you're going to be in the player's handbook. This would be, I think, like fine living, like or whatever it is, treated as that. Here in the city, you could spend some serious downtime here. You've gotten off on a rocky foot already with a lot of confusing information, but like you can Ropert, you have a moment to like confer with a group. And so as a group, but mostly Ropert, what would you like your story to be? You've already given a version of the story that is going to live on in some way. But if you'd like to hammer out your story any further, what do you want it to be? Your story for what happened in the Citadel.
I think it should be, and this is basically true, is that it was a battle,
Mhm.
unfortunately led to the collapse of the Citadel, and as a result, killed the dragon. Couldn't be avoided, horrible tragedy. Jeb had nothing to do with it. Hashtag Jeb the innocent.
Maybe I'm misremembering, and maybe this is just what we say, and no one can say otherwise at this point. But I remember that the dragon was actually within the goblin part of the territory.
Yes. The goblins had captured the dragon
Yeah.
and taken it from the kobolds.
So in the
You mentioned
Maybe
that
we
part?
say that on that.
Dragon
Put
back.
that on that.
Yeah, you can
Yeah.
definitely pass that on.
I would lean into that
No
detail.
one's going to ask you directly, but they circle the question enough that, like, when you feel like someone is trying to ask you, was this group of big folk fighting the dragon? What would you say?
Oh no.
No. Okay.
And that
So that's the
being
story.
truthful, we were on the side of the kobolds trying to beat the goblins.
And internally,
It's goblins for our own reasons, which is to get
Yes.
to the root.
Okay. So you mentioned that you had business in the Citadel, below the Citadel.
Yeah.
That they'll definitely ask about that. They
Right.
want to know what was happening there. Do you tell them everything about Belek and the blight?
I was
Yeah.
thinking about it.
That
Um,
seems reasonable.
Yeah.
And that's why
So
we
they-
allied ourselves with the kobolds against the goblins.
Yeah.
And then we escaped
Um,
together.
All right. That's it is a story that's basically true. The only lie is the only direct lie that they never directly ask you even is, were you fighting the dragon? If you were, but you say no. I think I'm not going to call for a deception check because it's buried in so much truth that it's not necessary. The rumor that you were fighting the dragon, though, has escaped the palace. And has spiraled into many variations of, like, all the different Jebs were the ones that killed the dragon, all that stuff.
That's fair. That I think we deserve that.
The Dragon Lords, the Worm Lords specifically, in confidence, Jeb, indicates that, like, it seems like the expedition. He would never say this. The expedition was a little bit of, like, kind of wanted to get rid of the dragon. That's the impression that you get. The Dragon
Wanted
Lord
to
himself
get-
is not rid of the dragon. They wanted it out of the city. It's always phrased in, like, it was a flying dragon. It belongs above ground. They needed a domain of its own. You also know this is the Worm Lord Regent. He rules in place of a dragon that does not live here in the city. There is no dragon.
He's not that
Favennozionir
pissed, maybe.
has not had a dragon in living memory. And the Worm Lord Regent has ruled in place of a great worm that would rule the city. And so, he's not that pissed about it. And, but he, I think after the feast, you remember that, like, there's no, like, jails here, and they don't really, like, execute prisoners for the most part, but there is for certain political, like, people do get executed occasionally, and you know about the Hellmouth a couple miles down from here, there's a lava pit that people do occasionally get thrown into. And if someone were to be known to have killed the dragon, it would be into the Hellmouth with them. So that's something that you piece together over a couple days at the palace, speaking with advisors, telling your story, forming your story together. So you know you've landed in a politically awkward situation, but you have a lovely place to stay, at least for a bit. They'll let you stay in the palace until things simmer down a little bit, and then maybe you can find another place in the city. But like I said, you could spend some serious downtime here. Like, I don't know how long you want to spend here. I'm talking like a year. Like you could stay here as long as you want. We could end the campaign here. I assume some of you would like to see the surface again.
Yeah, Oolon
Um,
very much wants to
yeah,
see stars again.
Yeah.
And this is, I mean, this town is so alien to like your way of life fundamentally. Not only are all the houses small, not only is everyone awake all the time, there's no day-night cycle. The guy said good morning to you at the beginning because I didn't think about it, but I guess he was joking because that's ridiculous. There's no morning. um, but yeah, you could do some serious downtime. You could sell, you can buy, you can train, you can. There's all kinds of things we can do. I wanted to end in the city because I'm not really sure what you guys want to do next, and it could be like something that we prep for a little longer, or we could pick up next week with you. It could be as simple as like you guys buy and sell some stuff and then move on, or we could do like a long-term downtime thing where you like maybe gain a proficiency or something, or if you have a specific expedition that you want to do, you want to research how to get to the surface. That's the thing you do. I think we should talk about it over the week or whatever, and
Sure.
think about what you want to do.
I
Because
think
I want this to be kind of open ended.
I like that.
off the top of my head, though, I feel like Roper would at least want to spend a significant amount of time there. I think he's
Yeah.
had a lot of away from home, which doesn't necessarily. I mean, that could mean parting ways with the group if they wanted to leave too quickly. I think.
That's definitely something to talk about. Is like, if they were to find a way to the surface, would Roper go with them? Would it be dependent on how much downtime they had in the city, or would you want to make a new character? Would you want to like do an expedition or something, do a mission with Roper before you change characters or something like that? You know,
Yeah.
we can figure that out. Yeah, I think we can end there, and that's like a lot of places to go from there. Great session.
Yeah, agreed.
I gotta start with combat more often. I gotta like end the game before the fight starts and start the game with the fight. That's like the best rhythm to be in. Is that like if you end right before initiative, it's a great cliffhanger.
Yeah.
All right.
All right. Well, see you
See you
guys
guys next
when I
week,
see
maybe.
you.
All right. Take care.
Bye.
Bye.